is this still so loud?
Why is what so loud?
No, my head's like I have my volume turned all the way down, like muted, and I can still hear Zach.
I see.
So yeah, boys, Groovy Bot's dead.
R.I.P.
No more Groovy, which I guess means no more D&D. Can't do D&D without Groovy.
Can't do it without the music.
There's no way. Wait.
I agree.
Must be a way.
I agree, Jim.
Oh damn, boys, we had a good run.
Yeah, it was fun.
Yeah, it was fun, guys.
Let's just say you all drown at sea or something. Except for Sid. Sid, you burn alive at sea somehow.
Right. So first we get out to sea, and then we
a
drown.
one-man castaway session.
Is our mic quiet for you guys, by the way?
A little bit, but I don't have my headphones in, which I will probably be utilizing for today's session.
Yeah, you're a little bit quiet, but I think I can turn. You're only halfway turned up for me, so I can turn it up.
Cool.
Reed-san will not be joining us, so it'll just be us three boys, and I will throw his character off a cliff or something. I don't know.
Sweet, cool.
We'll see where it takes him.
Okay.
And if he dies, he dies.
If he dies, he dies.
Some of you will have to die, but that is a sacrifice I am willing to make.
Oh my gosh. Where are we in the story, guys? Does anyone remember?
I think the next, like, major milestone for us is going to be to get a ship, because we had just recruited another artificer. And our deal, somewhat, with Anton Malik was to kind of operate as a, like, kind of a, not a subsidiary of his, but, like, partnered with him overseas to sort of, like, do some things for him that he can't do across running water. What up, Jake? No Groovy, I am just gonna play.
So the plan is to go overseas via boat.
I believe so, yeah. But for now, I think it's more like finding out how exactly we're gonna get the boat in the first place.
You have one. You have, you have transport.
We have use of a boat. Yeah, we can do that.
Yep.
We can use that.
Call in that favor.
Yeah.
If it's still available. Dun dun dun.
Time will tell.
Wow, that is
I think you mean
so
D-N-D.
D-N-D.
Oh no.
Um,
I actually do want the music.
I'm actually gonna move
Yeah,
the
the
mic
music
closer
would
to me, John Luke.
Wow, it turns on my Bluetooth on my phone. That's crazy. My jinx. Oh no. What will we do? All right, boys. I'm sad I don't have fantasy music, so I'm just gonna play it for myself.
Doing just now.
Oh yeah? Well, I can do that. I was listening to sea shanties for like 4 hours straight. Today.
You know, as one does.
Why?
I was sketching out of... here, I'll just send it in the thing here.
Scoot you just a little bit out of the frame.
I was
There we
just
go.
doodling.
That's probably better audio for everybody involved, I think, hopefully. We'll see.
we'll take it.
Yee.
I was doodling that. It's in the chat.
All right. So I guess we can begin. Why I'm hearing an echo. Oh, that's why, because I'm on your live stream by accident. There we go.
Yeah, how dare you?
Fixed.
Yeah, unsubbed.
All
fixed
right.
It. There we go.
Mm-hmm.
There we go.
So, where specifically did we leave off?
I think it was right after we had recruited. I mean, don't get me wrong. I remember what we were doing. I just don't remember exactly where we left off. Let me see if it's in my notes. Yeah, Zorthal, or I think that's his name.
Zorthal, yeah, that's him.
Yes, that is correct. Zorthal.
Yeah, he's an artificer from Dungannon, he's making automatons in Zarash, and we had, I don't know the proper term for this, but kind of like, we didn't Shanghai him exactly, but we put on a very elaborate and excessive ruse, for his services, basically.
Right.
Yeah, and that's where we left off. We kind of just tacked that on to the end of the last session, because Reed decided to improv like a whole scene.
Right. So you
Yeah.
guys are still at this like pseudo festival / like coming of age ceremony for Morla, who is the lady of the hour. There's been food, wine, dancing, mostly humans walking around this party. Of course, a fair bit of entertainment provided by your party and kind of the loud, gregarious fellow that is almost rivaling your size in girth, standing beside you, Orin, kind of in red satins, just kind of talking like through his chin, like down at people. He walked over with Zorthal over to his tent, and you followed the automaton, who also followed suit. No pun intended. Back to the tent and kind of turned around and started to stand sentinel. Most of you are kind of gathered over there now. The eyeballs of the party have kind of left what's happening where you guys are at the particular moment, and have died down into small conversations over more food and drink. Yeah, and you guys see a fair bits of goings on here. It looks to be some games and some activities. There's a fire spitter over there who looks to be lizard folk. Looks to be a orc standing beside kind of a small box, and it looks to be kind of well lit over there. Seems to be looking downrange at something, and yeah, just kind of a normal like afternoon soiree. You guys are feel free to leave this place if you have better things to do or occupy your time. You're not stuck here. You just kind of crash this party and have kind of stayed put.
So we've where has Zorthal gone? Is he still there?
Zorthal is standing in front of his tent talking to God, what was his name? What did Alistair decide his name was? Diedrich
von Hohenheim.
Diedrich von Hohenheim. Very chinny, gurgly fella, and he's kind of talking to him. He's like, yes, yes, if you'll provide the investment for us, then we'll certainly be able to produce another prototype of significant magnitude like Automaton H36. Very excited for you to be able to maybe get a glimpse into the inner workings of our magical progress. I do need some material. So he's just kind of like going back and forth and Alistair is also playing his part in kind of negotiations, being shrewd, almost shrug office, as he was wont to do the entire time of last session.
Do we...
What are you guys up to?
Because Reed isn't... This is out of character. Because Reed isn't here, do we feel comfortable sending Alistair and Zorthal to, like, sort out whatever that deal is, and just, like, procuring materials and exchanging money to make sure that Zorthal has everything he needs?
Yeah, I would say that would be easy enough to do. If you guys are trying to, like, make sure that he stays within your, like, circumference of influence, I feel like, yeah, that's something sufficient that would be able to be accomplished by sending Alistair off with Zorthal in negotiations. So you could pick him up, or pick enlist his services to a degree, depending on what you're asking him to do, pretty much any point in time in the future, like at a moment's notice. Cool. It'd just be like Alistair sending a message. We can do that.
Word.
That's fine.
I like that, and I think that was one of the big things that Reed left off on, was this was a big play that he was kind of putting together. I think he has a better idea of what he wants out of Zorthal than we do. Also, Orin isn't really in a position, because of, like, the role play that we just did. I'm not in a position to, like, break
Cheers,
character
gentlemen.
in front of him. Cheers. I don't have anything to drink about me, but
I don't
cheers.
have one either, sadly.
We drink when we play D&D.
I
That's
agree.
true.
I was about to say, we're getting a little ahead of ourselves, boys.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. We drink when we... D&D is not D&D without a little bit of alcohol. Otherwise, the fair similitude breaks apart. The fourth wall becomes ever apparent.
Minus your box.
Just get into existential D&D.
Existential D&D. Yes.
And then when you get your hopes.
I want you to feel the panic, like whenever I send you there, Orin, which I was thinking about doing today, maybe. So maybe not.
You're
Depends on where you
sending
go.
Orin someplace?
No, Orin's staying put.
Forever. Hold person permanently. Hold person at ninth level.
A permanency hold person.
Yeah, he
Every
just
session
turns into a
Yes,
statue.
you lose a level.
They would just die. Yeah.
Use an immovable rod to your spine.
All right,
Cheers.
now we have drinks. Cheers.
All right.
guys.
Cheers.
everyone. I also think Reed will enjoy coming up with different shenanigans that he can do with Zorthal and this extra downtime that he's
So,
going to have.
Yeah.
I don't know if Reed has informed you or not, but we are enlisting the strongholds and followers rules that was come up with by MCDM. So, and we'll probably also be using Kingdoms of Warfare if we ever get to that, but I don't think that's going to be happening in this particular campaign. But we will be having strongholds and followers. So there are opportunities for you guys to enlist people's services and have them kind of in your employ. One of these, I guess, will be Zorthal, now that you have kind of brought him under your wing, of the right people. These individuals are not necessarily under your control. They're under my control, but you can tell them to go do things and work on stuff and do some other things, and they can make some rolls and things like that for you.
That'll probably
So,
be really big for us next
You can
year.
ask Reed about sharing that.
He
PDF
did.
with you.
It's buried up in the Discord stuff, but it's there.
Yeah. So so feel free to be on the lookout for people that you might, one or two per person is pretty good. So we'll keep it there for now. Since you guys are becoming actually an organization with some influence, you can for sure pull people underneath your wing.
Yeah.
So,
I like
Diedrich and Zorthal kind of sit at the tent. Orin, you and Andrew kind of approach, and Diedrich turns his shoulder over, like 3 folds of skin kind of go blip, blip, blip. And he just kind of looks over across you, goes, "What are you doing? Get away from us. We're discussing business." And
That's
kind
Diedrich.
of shoos you away to
yeah.
go about your
Orin,
business.
He's gonna kind of cup his ribs. He's not really super hurt. He's gonna cup his ribs and say, "Thank you, my liege. I'm sorry. I I require some rest. And I'm gonna like saunter off over into that top left corner.
Diedrich says, "Yes, of course," and he throws 3 platinum at you, just because he thinks money fixes things. So
fantastic. I am unworthy. Orin's like trying to kind of like leave this campsite-ish thing. He's gonna saunter over, but first I'm gonna move north past Sid and tell him in Orin speak. He's gonna say, Sid, I'm not exactly sure where we're supposed to go from here, but I think without Alistair, I believe you're in charge.
Well, I'm gonna call out in the crowd. Is anyone here a doctor?
You see some confused looks going around.
Orin's gonna look over at Anvir and just wait to see if this is like some really weird con.
Make a perception check for me when you call that out, Sidron.
Oh, wait, pull what up?
Sid just went, is anyone here a doctor? The first nat 20.
Wow, okay.
I didn't want there to be a doctor. I just wanted to say that. I wanted to be like, I wanted to have no doctor so I could be like, good, and just carry and just walk away with him.
Yeah, I know, yeah. You look around and you don't see any doctor. You do see what looks to be kind of like a war veteran over here near a cage. You see him kind of perk up at the word doctor, but you see him stand a bit hesitant. With that perception check, you get the sense that maybe he's performed some combat triage, like way back in the day in some kind of war, but he wouldn't consider himself a proper doctor. That's as far as he'd go. Besides that, you do see everybody else standing here in the campfire. You also see a little goblinoid figure kind of hiding behind a tent behind you. That is kind of, I mean, he's not making himself known, but he's not like actually hiding behind the tent. He just kind of standing there like peeking out. No, because you did not roll a perception check. Only Sidron did.
That's fair.
But there is no doctor within sight.
There's no doctor, it seems, Orin. But there are games afoot here. Let's go talk to this burly man.
Lead the way.
Sidron's giving up his ruse. He's just gonna be Sidron.
Okay.
Fantastic.
I also want to keep an eye on this goblin because that's.
Oh wait, am I with the party?
Yeah, you are.
Okay.
I guess I gotta
you're still with
continue
me.
to be fuzzy wuzzy.
This big guy kind of you walk over to him. He kind of like stiffens up. He's like, good show earlier, sir. I was watching the combat.
His name is
from
Fizzle
afar.
Wizzle, I believe.
Fizzle Whizzle was it?
Yes, Whistle was his name.
Your owner is a bit. He kind of like looks around the tent at Diedrich. It's like, how would you say? Look, there are other opportunities for employment. You should do well to look about. Kind of says to you,
I prefer the
Fizzle
term
Whizzle.
liege.
And he looks at you, Sidron. He's like, my manners. I'm Torje. I am actually Merla's kind of uncle. Been invited to the festivities. Thank you again for being able to show us such a grand entertainment and bringing upon, no less, a holocron, which is I can't believe they were to grace the presence of our humble compound. Thank you again for attendance.
Look, this man knows you out there.
It's like, where would I would not be without my sea legs if I could not recognize a holocron. It's
I've been on a
amazing.
ship or two. I've been on a ship or two. So I'm gonna need a refresher because I was just really quick. This is just after the fight, right? Between Orin
Yeah,
and
Yeah,
much.
this is like 5 to 10 minutes after. Orin is still kind of a little wet with blood. He did take some hits. Like it wasn't not damage. He's bleeding a little bit, but mostly okay. He's mostly bandaged up pretty well.
I assume
Can I
me
use
and
lay
Andrew
on
just
hands
like
on him?
decided to watch. I
Yeah,
can
you-
heal him. I just want to see if somebody else is going to offer to.
Oh yeah,
No.
yeah. So Anvir's gonna try.
with
Anvir,
perception
so
check.
so
With that
really.
perception check, you look around. Nobody wants to get any fucking nowhere near Orin. Nobody wants to get anywhere like, despite how docile he is being, he's still a monstrous. And
Yeah.
in particular, with this perception check and your intelligence, you know, bugbears and hobgoblins are kind of a problem in Dunganon, and so the fact that there's a bugbear here in this estate is quite off-putting.
I can heal him. I can use lay on hands.
Well,
I was just okay. So wait, in character, that's not what Anvir would say. He'd be looking at Orin, and then just kind of waiting to see, you know, when Orin is like really can no more, and then he's gonna try for the first time ever. He's gonna try to use lay on hands, but he doesn't really know what it is because it's like he's level 1 into paladin. So I'm trying to figure out like how it
Mechanically, what does that look like
Yeah.
when you use your lay on hands?
mechanically. So he would probably. So you'd probably come to him like in a dream before he's actually able to use it, and then he wakes up and he's just like claps his hands, and there's like sparks, but then he tries again and nothing happens. Not in that way. So he's gonna try, just like he remembered in the dream, to go over. He's
I
gonna
get
be like,
defibrillate.
he's gonna be like, okay, Orin, I need you to lay on the ground.
What are you doing? My name is Fizzlebottle. Fizzle-whizzle. Stop touching me. What are you
Fizzle
doing?
Whizzle.
Why are you
Fizzle
touching
Whizzle.
me?
Fizzle Whizzle. I'm sorry.
Or is it Fizzle Whizzle?
Fizzle Whizzle. I'm so sorry. You look like another guy I know named Orin. But
it's just
Fizzle
like that
Whizzle.
bugbear we met last week.
He does, the really annoying loud
What are you
one.
doing with your hands?
Make a deception check.
What is that?
Oh God, me or him? Both of us.
Oh, me, I guess.
Sidrin was the one that said that
That's okay.
last week. Nonsense.
Deception is.
Quit touching me. What are you doing?
That's another 20.
Put your hands away. Stop.
What?
Wow,
Killing it.
our bugbears must be common in Zarash. I haven't actually seen that many, but you're telling
Oh,
me
you
that
are
this is
looking, man.
kind of like takes a step back. He's like, see his heart palpitate a little bit. He's like, see a little bead of sweat. He's like, well, let's just hope they're all as forthcoming and
All of excellent stock from what I've observed.
This one's educated.
just keeps
Has
nodding.
Andrew healed him yet?
Anvir,
like this.
have you finished healing?
And then he's
him?
gonna and heal him, like just defibrillator style, right on the
Okay.
chest.
You see, you smell like sea salt kind of like radiate from your chest, Orin, as like you feel a throb
I
like
hate
just
it.
push through you.
It reminds me of the sea, and I hate the sea.
And you get however many hit points John Luke has distributed to you.
I
Yeah.
would
Wait.
assume-
How exactly does that work?
I would
I
assume.
think you have a pool that you draw from.
Yeah, but I would assume all of it, right? Since we're not. Are we in combat right now?
You can technically pick how many you want to. If you want to do it roleplay wise, you would never really know how much healing you did unless you're like, most people would be like all or nothing or some of it, and it'd be kind of a guess.
So
Whatever
I'm
you
trying to
wanna do.
find. I just need to find the lay on hand.
Be in your features and traits. Yeah. Do you get lay on hands?
It's like our good friend Alan has been attending church.
Yeah, which church did you go to?
You can restore any number of health remaining in the pool or 5 health.
I've never seen him do this. I'm gonna Arcana check
Oh yeah. Oh my god, you're rolling insane. Yeah. You've seen him cast magic before, and you know he was tapped into the weave to some degree in like an arcane sense. This is
he's the Avatar.
This is the first time that you've actually seen a hint of divine energy come out of anybody but Merlana. And this one is like a pure, like, just kind of feeling to it. It's like, yeah, it's almost like, yeah, hey, you feel a hint of like a ringing like in your ears from this magic.
Well, you can actually learn several times.
Yeah. So.
But it looks like it's healing Orin but hurting him, right?
Orin just looks really uncomfortable, but yeah. You reach out and touch Orin, he gets shocked and he goes,
Why does it? I mean, why does it taste salty?
I honestly don't know. I didn't expect any of this to happen. I just dreamt about this one time. And
It pulls out a notepad, and starts writing notes on this.
yep.
And the guy, Torjay, standing in front of you both is like, all right, this is, thank you so much for coming to our party. If there's anything I can help you with, I'd be more than happy to help you with anything, but if there's nothing I can do for you, then I'm more than happy to.
I can grab it.
It seems like your friend has healed Fuzzy Fizzle Wizzle, so,
Oh, yes. Thank you for your graciousness in having us here.
anytime. And your name was? I didn't catch it.
I was trying to.
My name, Sidrin.
Yes.
Sidrin O'Ball.
Sidrin. Okay. Nice to meet you, Sidrin. I'm Torjay of the Shimmering Syndicate. I work up in the kind of the tax quarters of their facilities. If you should ever need anything,
So you can restore
feel free to give us a call, and we'd be happy to. If you ever do trade or something like that, be happy to expand my network. It's nice to meet people like that at parties such as this.
Oh, Torjay. Favor from a tax man is invaluable.
I agree. He kind of chuckles.
I want you to know that after Sidrin says things, he always looks at people like this.
Do you have goggles on or off?
No, they're not on my eyes right now.
Okay, so
The big magnifying eyes, like.
your eyes a little bit more, just even weirder. Yeah, no, okay. So he kind of like he also kind of draws back a little bit, just like.
He's got a big smile though.
All right. Well, a courtesy to you and yours. Travel safe, and if you ever need anything and you're down in the docks, stop by Warehouse 10, and we'd be happy to
That's why I put the diapers on
talk
top.
and negotiate. Yeah.
House 10, Torjay. Well met. Alright, then I'm gonna turn towards them, and I'm gonna say, I'm gonna whisper at them.
Okay, he'll provide help.
There's a man hiding in the shadows over there. Well, a goblin. Let's go talk to him.
There's another goblin here?
Oh, did you just like walk over like past the orc, like to the back of this area where this goblin is hanging out?
Oh
You
yeah,
just push-
Sidrin
you
has
just push
permission to
past
be
everybody.
here. It's all good. He's just.
You just push past everybody. There's like this 3'7" like kind of older goblinoid, very like raggedy clothes, kind of wearing like almost like jort-looking linens. They're also very ragged. It's clear that this guy kind of works with this troop of 3 here. It seems like there is a this is like a pseudo kind of like carnival circus troupe. They have the orc, the lizard folk, and this goblinoid here. The lizard folk and the orc kind of watch you guys pass. Like the lizard folk is like blowing fire and kind of like watches you pass by, and the orc kind of like grabs an axe and like kind of picks it up and holds it in one hand as you pass, because he doesn't really know what you're doing. You're walking like beyond the boundaries of the party to the back, like to the back area, even though it's not really like like carried off. Yeah, are you guys approaching in like a threatening manner, or like what's the plan? You're gonna probably get accosted before you get too far into those.
I mean, Orin's
Oh, yeah.
following Sid. He's not leading.
Yeah,
It
I'm
says-
just following.
Working hard or hardly working, boys?
You hear a very like hearty laugh. He's like,
You want to try your luck over here? I'm Garrick. We have games if you'd like to play. Excuse me, where are you going?
and he like he sees you kind of like walking past him like toward like it like past the tent on the like the fore side. He's like,
Stop! Wait, sir. Excuse me.
he's asking you to.
Anvir,
you said
Anvir
something about
peeks peeks around Orin to Sid, and says, "Sid, when you said games were afoot, is this what you meant?"
Literal games over here.
He's like, no. If
Actual
you would like
literal
to
games,
try the
yeah.
axe throw.
Yes.
If you hit the target 3 times in a row, you can get 5 times your betting price.
I look at.
What do we have to
Anvir,
hit the target with?
Huh?
What do we have to hit the target with?
Anvir's just over here like,
He lifts up his right hand. He kind of like throws it. It does a 180, and he catches the axe from like the back of the hilt, and so the blade's facing up, and the hilt is like out this way, and he kind of extends it forward to you, Orin. He's like,
3 times you hit the stump, and you get 5 times your betting price. Any amount up to 50 gold. We have plenty in this here chest.
bump, 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 and he hits the chest like 3 times at the top of it.
When I see him touch the chest, I'm gonna look at Orin or Sid and Anvir, and I'm gonna try and shoot them a glance like, we could just take the chest.
I mean,
Yeah.
Anvir's dexterity is probably enough just to win some money. His actual dexterity.
You have
I've
to
seen
throw
him
an,
do crazy
course.
flips and tricks.
so just explain the rules of the game. You have to throw an axe about 30 meters and hit a stump and like have it stick in the stump 3 times. So it's it'll be a dex check with if anybody's proficient with throwing hand axes.
let me look at my proficiencies.
If you're not, then it's going to be an improvised weapon. You'll be rolling with disadvantage.
Orin,
Well, as soon as we agree to a game, I'm gonna keep walking towards the goblin.
Oh yeah, I'm agreeing.
get away with it.
I don't have proficiency in thrown, but I will do it.
Well, you wouldn't.
Your dex
You would
is
just have
really high, right?
proficiency in the weapon itself. You
It's
wouldn't have proficiency in
plus
like
3.
thrown weapons.
Yeah.
We can try it.
Take it from me, throwing axes is not hard. I don't have 18 dex. 16 dex, whatever you have.
These axes, Anvir, are you going to play the game? Do you volunteer to play?
Anvir volunteers.
He kind of like sticks the hilt like kind of in your face. You see, this orc is kind of, I mean, he's of a similar build of Orin. You're kind of getting used to these kind of broad big guys. Although he's a hint shorter than Orin. A little bit more stout, a little bit built out and wide and down. Very thick neck. Almost like goes straight into his like traps and into his shoulders.
Wow.
He just
boy.
he just kind of rotates his whole body and like sticks the hilt in front of your face. It's like,
Oh, a competitor. How much were you willing to bet?
up to 50 gold, so you can put as much as you want to in there up to that.
So Anvir's gonna, he's not gonna pay attention to the 50 gold, and he's gonna try to bet 200 gold.
You bust out 200 gold in front of this orc. His eyes light up. He's like, roll a persuasion check first for me.
Okay. Persuasion.
Yeah.
Ooh. That was my nat 1.
That's what we
Did
get.
you roll a nat 1?
Yes.
Why is yours not showing up on the thingamabob?
I don't see it.
Is it not? Not in there? Oh, 2 persuasion rolls? Well, take the lower one.
Well, you rolled a nat 1, but because of how your character works, it's a 21 or a 21.
Yeah.
Not really how nat ones work.
No, it's not.
But yeah, so he looks at you and is thank you for being honest, by the way. He looks at you. He's like,
I'm sorry. I would love to be able to do more than 200 gold, but 5 times that amount would kind of put us out of pocket. You see.
and he kind of looks across. He's sweating a little bit. Like he's very enticed by the offer, but it's just like you can tell that he probably honestly couldn't afford it.
Okay. Can I do a persuasion check to see if Anvir would pick up on just that? Because if he was really greedy,
you already got that. You already got that based off.
Well,
of
I'm saying
what
like if he had a poor alignment, he would have been trying to rig the game to steal my 200 gold. But it doesn't seem like he's trying to do that. So I want to roll to see if Anvir would pick up on that.
Like an insight check.
Inside
make
check.
an insight check.
Yeah. Okay.
Takes forever to show up and roll 20, apparently.
Yeah.
Trying to decide if we should.
This guy seems on the up and up. He seems to be pretty genuine with you. Seems like he's kind of got an honest living. This guy definitely doesn't belong to the people here, and like he doesn't belong to this kind of party or this estate. So he is definitely visiting, much like yourselves. But besides that insight, there's not much else that I can offer you with 12 insight.
Okay.
You don't know if he's trying to rig the game or not.
So with that, Anvir's going to go ahead and assume that these people are back here hidden away because they are socially being excluded.
Well, they're not really hidden away. You saw
Not
some
hidden
people
away.
like go and try the game. The fire spitter is like they're working. So like the fire spitter is like there's a whole bunch of like kids around them. Like the map is representative of people and things at this party, but it's not representative of everything that's at this party. So there's like dozens of people walking around, like eating like finger food, drinking like tankards. You see this fire, like all these kids like watching this fire spitter and like awe and wonder that the fact this thing can like spit flames like a real dragon, and that's kind of the draw of her being a flame spitter of this trio. The orc is kind of a caller. He's been calling people to come do this like axe throwing game the entire time you guys were like fighting the automaton, and
Say, come try your luck, anyone. Come here.
yeah, so it's been a lot of revelry around.
You guys do. You guys get off well here.
You're breaking up super hard.
Yeah, for us
game.
too. Your voice is like cutting in and out and clipping.
I turn up my input sensitivity. Let me turn it down. Okay, I'm talking to the orc.
Oh, there we go.
Master Orc, do you guys fare well from these games you do at these parties? You guys make a good living?
Oh, it's well, thank you for asking. It's a solid living. It's kind of a suspect question.
But he's kind of like curious as to why you're asking about his livelihood.
Feel like you're leading me somewhere.
Intelligent man.
Are you saying that orcs aren't intelligent?
He kind of like he puffs out his chest a little bit, kind of like gets up in your face.
Oh, I don't. I mean, you seem intelligent. I've met many intelligent orcs. Is that a thing? Orcs is that a stereotype of orcs? Are they normally dumb?
Really quick. Can I
Are
have
they
an
normally dumb? Oh my god.
Roll a persuasion check with disadvantage.
When Sid is done,
Gotcha.
I want to have an aside.
Persuasion?
I want Anvir to have an aside with Sid.
I think it's deception, because Sid knows that orcs. He's just trying to joke.
It's deception with disadvantage still. He's not into it.
Can I have an aside with Sid, please?
You can pull him aside, sure.
Yeah.
16.
So,
Nice.
so Anvir's going to kind of reach around Orin and grab Sid and pull him over. Be like,
Alright. I like where this is going.
Orin's like, why do you keep touching me?
Hey!
Stop.
Hold on, let me change my music and turn off the lights.
Stop it.
Bounce, bounce, bounce,
And he
bounce,
says,
bounce, bounce.
well, now I forgot what Anvir was gonna say. He was gonna say,
He says, I forgot what I was
gonna
going to say.
Anvir's gonna say, Sid, are we hiring these people? I think we should hire these people. I'm getting.
I was going to say you could throw for stake in their company.
We could.
You lose, they take our money. We win, we take 10% of their profits.
That doesn't
Maybe
sound like a
10%
win.
is high.
That doesn't sound like a win, Sid.
Well, it's not a win right now, but it's a win eventually, Anvir. We have to plan for the future.
If
That's
we
an
lose,
investment.
we give them 3, because I imagine I can hear them since one of them has to reach around me. So I'm gonna.
I'm not
quiet-
being quiet.
You're over there. You're hanging out with
Yeah.
this troop. You're hanging out with Sid and Anvir. It's like it's you three. The fire spitter's kind of off like 10 feet behind you. They have kind of like a circle of like youngsters, like young kids around them, like watching them. But it's just like you and this orc kind of negotiating price. You do see like there is one couple, like one kind of like younger human male, dark hair, slender face, kind of like in arm with a girl, and the girl is kind of being shy and standing there beside him. It looks like they're standing in line behind you, trying to like. It seems like he wants to play and like win a prize for her, so he's kind of like standing there like.
Okay. So Orin is gonna interject and try to quietly say, not as Fizzle, but as Orin. He's gonna say, I think maybe if I understand this correctly, we could wager the 50 gold. And if we win, then we have a stake in the company instead of the extra money, because we're not hurting for cash. But if we lose, we offer to pay them the 3 times or more our wager, and they stand to make more money.
Let's
Because it seems like they need the money more than we do.
let's go for option 1. I like option 1.
If you're ready to play, I'm happy to set the stump up, so to speak. It's not going anywhere.
And he kind of relights it, like rewraps a torch with like an oil soaked rag, and it seems like he's adding a little bit of time to the. You see, like it's about 30 meters down, like 30 yards down, and about 5 torches line the left side, kind of lighting the path to this stump. It is darker now; the sun is set, so it's the only thing lighting the stump is kind of the glow of the last like torch that's kind of like casting some long shadows down the way and into the fake forest.
Okay.
I'm not the plan man, all right? So this is a democracy right now. We can do whatever you fellas prefer.
I'm ready to throw Sid.
Orin is just gonna like scoot Anvir along and kind of like push him up to throw the
Anvir!
axe at this point.
I want you to roll 3 attack roll. You're gonna be rolling with disadvantage because I don't think you have any proficiency with.
I don't, but I have a question for you since you're the GM.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or the DM.
Would work.
Can I? So just imagine Anvir has the axe in hand, throws it, but is also casting Mage Hand at the same time, and
No.
Mage Hands it. Can I do that?
Well, he would see your mage hand.
No, he would see it.
Yeah.
You do not. Yeah, you're not a arcane trickster. Your mage hand is not invisible. So
Damn it.
it would be a magic. It would be a glowing magical hand standing in. Yeah,
Okay.
but you could do it.
Look, I did it! Ha!
What witchcraft is this?
Also, I don't think technically you can't like make an attack or use a weapon with your mage hand, so you couldn't.
Yeah.
You could carry it and like bump it against the target, but you wouldn't be able to plant it in the target.
Yeah.
And it would just fall.
Yeah, it's fair. Okay. So, okay, that's fine. I will throw. What am I doing? Rolling 3 times on Dex?
Do you have Invisible Servant, or is that?
I do have Unseen Servant.
You might be able to do that.
I don't. Well, okay. I
It's
have
a big
another
spell for you,
roll.
though, I think.
Roll 3 attack rolls. In pairs, 2 in pairs. So actually, just click attack like 3 times. I think it'll do it because you're going to be rolling with disadvantage. So just click attack 3 times, and you're looking for 315. Wait, what did you bet exactly, Anvir?
50
How
gold.
much money did you bet? You bet 50 gold. Okay, so he takes the 50 gold from you. He counts it. You see him stick it in the tent. Oren, make a perception check for me. Now that you see him kind of like open the tent up and kind of like, I mean, he's too big to be fitting in this tent, but he kind of like has to do a lot of like really big movements to get this money inside of where the tent is.
How did that happen?
Wow.
Oof. Wait, why is my Dex only +4? Oh.
So an 11, a nat 1,
Just a Coke.
and 2 more.
Okie dokie. Find it here. Another nat 1.
This is a hard game.
Yeah, if you know how to throw axes, it's a great game. So you
You're
see,
not good at throwing
you
axes.
see Anvir fucking like throw 1 and then 2. Like the second one, when he throws it, he doesn't let go of the axe, but the hand, like the axe head comes off of the stick, so the axe head just goes like into the darkness, and he's like holding on to the stick. He drops it, and then he picks up another axe and he throws it, and again it just feels like just like flies off into nothingness. And like Garek looks back, he's like, close, nice try. He's being nice, but yeah, it was god awful. He's happy to have kept your gold. He's like,
If you'd like to try again, up to 50 gold, we're happy to continue betting.
Sure, why not? It's, I'm a little rusty. A little rusty.
takes 50 gold from you. Okay, do the same thing. Three times.
Where's my Dex? Here.
You understand you have to hit 2 out of 3, right?
Now I do. That makes sense.
Okay, there's a hit. There you go. 1 sinks into the sump. Sinks right into it. Next one.
It should be in there. Oh no, that's 1. Okay. So 2 out of 3.
Are you rolling at like double disadvantage? Is that how this works?
I'm rolling at disadvantage.
I'm just taking them in pairs.
Give yourself Bardic Inspiration. I don't think you have any Bardic Inspiration left.
Oh my god, that's the second one was shit.
Another 50
Wow.
gold out of your pocket into his. He just like sticks it into the tent. Oren, go ahead and make a perception check. He keeps sticking money into the tent. Not into the box per se, but into the tent to be kind of counted and sorted. Yeah, with that perception check, you see a tiny, familiar-looking goblinoid hand. It looks like a full-on goblin, like one that would be in the bone tree. A little bit
Is
different
it a
coloration.
goblin, hobgoblin, or bugbear? By the
It's
size
for sure
of the
a
hand.
goblin,
Okay.
like very tiny. It's you see the hand grab the gold after the orc puts it in there and like scoot it away and kind of like take it somewhere else. Yeah, and then the orc kind of like shuts the tent flap and.
Oren's gonna put his hand on Sid's shoulder and say, under his breath, like, "Stay here for 1 second." And he's gonna look at the orc and go,
I'd like to try my hand at throwing these axes. It can't be that hard.
and he's gonna hand him another 50 gold.
Another 50 gold. He grabs the 50 gold. He starts to open up the tent and like put the gold in there. He's like,
All right, here's your axes.
and like with the other hand, he kind of like reaches up and like gives you like 3, and then puts the other 3 in the ground right in front of you. Yeah, give your shot.
So he has a total of 6 axes then?
Yeah, you have. Well, I mean, you have 3. You have 3 axes.
He
sorry,
has a total of 6,
roll.
is what I'm asking.
Yeah, he has a
Okay.
total of 6. Yeah.
I have proficiency in martial weapons and simple weapons because I'm multi-classed as a fighter. I believe I'm proficient with hand axes. I just don't have any in my inventory, but I'm pretty positive that I'm proficient.
Well, he's giving you these to use for the game, so.
I just want to make sure that whether or not I'm gonna have advantage or disadvantage or whatever.
You won't have disadvantage. I think you'll just be rolling normal attacks.
Cool. All right. I can't rage, and even if I could, that'd be stupid here. So
As a fighter, you're proficient.
I'm gonna try to make the first 2, and then I'm gonna try to do something different for the third one. So bear with me for 1 second. So what? I just make like a regular.
Yeah, make
attack
2
roll?
normal attack rolls. Attack rolls are fine with this because
it's going to be d20 plus 4, unless is it just dex?
No, we'll do d20.
Ranged.
Oh, it's dex based, so.
Okay, so then it's going to be d20 plus 2, or plus 5 because I'm proficient with hand axes.
Hot.
Yeah, with all your bonuses, yeah.
Cool. All right. So. Well, nope. That's not gonna work if I do it that way. Rolling
surprised
like
the
individual
paladin
dice
Andrew
here is
wasn't.
very weird.
Amber is a level 1 paladin.
Correct. Yeah. So which means he hasn't picked up a
Proficiency.
fighting style. So that's gonna be a 15 for the first one. I guess it doesn't post if I'm rolling individual dice.
16
If
does
you
not
type
hit.
it, you type it into Roll20. It will.
Ah,
Oh,
okay.
15
hold on.
does not hit. I'm sorry.
Let me try that then.
15.
Is it
roll
slash
d20.
roll?
Slash roll d20 plus 5.
1d20 plus 5. Maybe I did that right.
Hey, 12.
Yep. Does that one
That's
hit?
a miss.
That's a miss?
No, that's a miss.
All right.
What?
So here's the thing.
150 gold out the door.
For the third one, I'm
Yeah.
kind of glad that I missed the first 2. For the third one, I'm going to wind it as far back as I can, and I'm not even really going to try to hit the target. I'm just going to try and hurl it as far past the target as possible.
Okay. Oh, so okay.
Like
instead
into a
of-
tree or into the woods or whatever behind it,
Okay.
if I can.
Into the woods. Yeah. Roll a strength check for it because you're not even aiming. Just roll a strength check for me.
That I can do.
Okay. So this is a really tiny hand axe. It's not. I mean, comparative to your size, from what you're like. You're not really
Hey.
used to swinging weapons.
A hand axe is a simple weapon. I'm actually proficient with that too.
He throws. You throw it. It sails right past the stump into the darkness. You wait about a quarter second to hear a like you hear it kind of echo from the outside of the woods. And Garak kind of looks at you, like kind of smacks you on the shoulder. And goes,
Yeah.
Nice try, eh?
I'm
50
gonna
more gold,
look
you
at him
try
and,
again.
and say,
I'm sorry. I guess I just, in my frustration, I couldn't help myself. I know that's probably going to be a long walk. I apologize.
He's like, no worries. Be right back, okay?
and he kind of like starts like wandering off. You see
once
the-
he's about 10 feet away, I'm gonna walk over into the tent where I saw the goblin hand.
You're gonna walk into the tent.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you kind of like open up this tent, the tent flap. It's not too deep. It's like about 6-7 feet deep. Kind of push into it. You see this little goblinoid human, kind of like.
As I
counting.
walk in and like pull the curtain or the tent away, I'm gonna say in Goblin, hello.
You get a little you get a little startled. He goes, ah! Ah! He's like, who are you? And he's like, ah! And he's saying all of this in Goblinoid. He's like, oh, I'm Goblin.
Oh,
Here.
my God, man! No, calm yourself, please. This is what Orin sounds like in Goblin, because he's actually articulate. Calm yourself, please.
Feel me as an accent in common.
How did you get here? It's so far from home.
It's been a long journey, let me tell you. But I saw your hand briefly and thought maybe I might have a brother in the tent. What tribe are you
look
from?
at him. You look at him. Make a perception check for me. Now that you're kind of like in the tent. Sid, Anvir, what are you up to right now?
Brilliant.
Sid wants to try the
Anvir
game
was
now,
going
too.
to.
Gayak has like walked off into the woods.
Oh, he's
It looks
gone.
like he's going to go retrieve the axes. You kind of hear after a minute or two. You hear. Like sounds like he's struggling in the woods over there.
It's like stuck in the tree.
If Anvir can perceive this, he's gonna go ahead and dart in that direction.
Okay, yeah, you walk about 60, 70 meters into. You have dark vision, so you see him kind of struggling with his foot on a tree, kind of like.
Anvir rushes to help him with. Is his foot jammed?
Huh? I'm sorry.
No, the axe is jammed in
The
the
axe is
tree.
The axe is the axe got.
Orin
stuck
has a
in the tree.
19 strength, and I was just trying to throw it as hard as possible.
Aha. Okay. I thought this made him in trouble.
So Anvir goes over there and just tries to hold it in while the guy pulls it out. Acting like he's helping.
He's like trying to pull the push door.
It's
It's like 1, 2, 3. Are you pushing?
Anvir, make a deception check for me if that's what you're doing.
Yes.
He's like, oh yeah, just get a hand in here. I can't see it, but I'll see it here in a second.
You're going to.
It's a custom roll. It's not gonna pop up in there because you did a custom roll.
It was. No, I did it.
Oh, yeah, there
shit,
it
it's
is.
a nat 20.
Oh
Okay,
my
yeah.
God. 30.
Yeah, 31.
Wow.
He's like, all right, yeah, get a hand in
He
here.
starts pushing it further into the tree too. Like,
He's like, you're
What is happening?
I see.
Like-
It'll be faster trying to get it through the other end of the tree, like an arrow wound.
So
I got
Anvir,
it now.
Anvir is gonna start improvising and like talking with the tree. Be like, I know you want this axe, but I'm not gonna give it to you. It's mine. It belongs to what's his name?
Never gonna give you up.
Gayak.
Gayak, yeah.
And he's gonna try to like make Gayak think that the tree is trying to swallow the axe. Do I need to do another deception check or?
No, you're fine.
Oh, is that
you got
because he's
this.
an orc and that's like an orc
Never
thing
again.
to think, I guess?
And then so
hard
he's
finding you.
eventually going to.
we cut back to the
Right,
tent.
right.
Orin, with your perception check, you see he's a very thin. Looks like this goblin is a bit older in age, especially for goblinoids. Bespectacled face, still very jagged teeth coming out. Kind of wearing kind of like a wife beater, like very raggedy linens. Kind of like looks over at you. Just kind of shriveled down, like looking up at you. Looks a little, but looks well fed. Looks like he hasn't had to want for much, especially traveling with this group here.
Okay, cool.
I'm sorry, you said something to him?
I asked what tribe he was from.
He's like, tribe? No tribe. I was born in the city. Atheris in a cage. Was bought.
Interesting. Do they keep you well fed?
It's like, oh, I escaped, bought by a different leader, and then one thing to another, and another one thing to another, and it's a long story, but I ended up with my crew here in Gaiac and Lazel.
They do seem like nice people. I just wanted to make sure that
Very,
you were
very
being
kind.
taken care of. I myself, ironically, ended up here as part of a circus originally. That's how I crossed the sea, because way back as well I was in Eartheris. Can you tell me, do you know who bought you originally?
Whenever you say way back, there's a bit of candlelight in this. Is anybody else did anybody else push into the tent with him, or are you guys outside kind of?
Anvir's
speak
with
the language.
Gaiac.
They're still
So-
talking in Goblin. I don't speak that. So.
Yeah, so you just hear a whole bunch of like squeaking and squealing and coming from the tent. Orin,
That is what a goblin sounds like.
you're in this tent with this very like fickle flame that's kind of like keeping inside of a lantern that's keeping this place lit. Looks like he's doing the bookkeeping and the accounting for them. Despite him being a goblin, looks like he knows how to read and write, and looks like he has been doing the bookkeeping for this particular troop. But that being said, he's kind of like looking at you. He's kind of like brown eyes, as big as they are, like they're massive in his set in his skull. It's kind of like brown eyes, dark black pupils underneath them. The pupils take up more than the brown outside iris. Just kind of like looking through you through these massive, bespectacled eyes that kind of like make his eyes even that much bigger. Looks like he was like, no, I'm well fed, yeah. I'm fine. It's, but you, how did you get here? Tell me.
It's a long story. I was part of a troupe that did not take great care of me. But you may have heard of me if you've been in part of a circus or done any kind of performance and traveled. I was Hakim. My act was to go through walls, essentially, knock over buildings and things like that because of my strength. I left because I realized there was a Starseer, there was another goblin with our troop, and I realized that she was being whipped and beaten, and they tried to do the same to me, so I burned the place down.
You hear the goblinoid say, "You what?"
I don't know what happened to the rest of the troop, but I do know they had no love or respect for me. So I tried to burn it
the
down, and
the
I ran.
goblinoid pauses again and stops counting and kind of pushes the book away. Kind of like swivels her little stool over to his stool over at you. Kind of like pushes his hands up on the desk and kind of gets in your face. Which clan do you belong to?
Can I do an insight check to see? I kind of want to suss out how he'll react if I give him a straight answer.
Yeah, make an insight check.
Okay.
All right,
15.
with a 15, this guy's starting to act a little different. You don't know why. This goblinoid was very skittish and very kind of hesitant when you got into the tent, and now that he's getting curious about your background and he's learning more about it. He's getting a little bit more aggressive and curious with you.
Orin is going to
tapping in more
lean
to
in
his
and not.
goblinoid
He's trying to look
nature.
as soft as he can, but he's going to try
You
and
see-
like
you
lean
see his
in,
big
open
eyes
wide,
blink
no
behind
menace
his
or anything, and
glasses.
he's just going to say, "Nothing grows where nothing is buried." Have you heard of the bone tree?
And in this goblin's eyes, as soon as you say that, the candle in the tent struggles to hold a flame, as the light in the tent just sucks down. And like there's like a slight breeze in there that also like kind of like pulls the flame off the wick, and the in his big bespectacled eyes it flows. You see his eyes roll back and then black fade into them, and then you see two dark red pupils come up from the bottom of his eyelids into them and look at you. He goes, and you hear come out of his voice in, it sounds like Goblinoid, but it's not quite him. He's a, I know where the bone tree. Do you? And then all the light fades back into place, and then you like blink, and his eyes are normal. He's like, bone tree. I think I have heard of that out in the Terrashan. It's the Elven province of Aetheris, yes. I used to be here.
Orin's gonna lean up away from the counter and say, well...
He's
friends?
He's sitting back in his chair, like counting money again, like after you blinked. He's like counting.
If you ever feel like you're being taken advantage of, or your circumstances are unfair, just remember, the right people are always out there. And if you can find us, then I believe we can help.
Kind of like jarts his head around a little jaggedy. He goes, he looks at you, he goes, I appreciate it. I will say, hobgoblins have not been the kindest to me in the past, so yeah. But it's nice to speak it's nice to speak goblin with someone. I appreciate it.
Likewise. And I am not like most bugbears. I'm gonna hand him 2 platinum, and then turn around to walk out of the tent, and as I walk out, I'm gonna pull the fur up from my back so he can see the mark. And tell him, just forget you ever heard the term bone tree.
And he goes, thank you. Keep in touch. As you kind of like depart the tent, Gaiak is still with you, and they're against that tree. He's like, "Why is this? Are you sure you're pulling? This is not." And
I'm sure if we, and then eventually, Anvir's gonna.
He's like, "I'm giving up on this one. I'll come back tomorrow morning. Get it? It's fine."
It's fine. We'll leave it here.
Yeah, Orin walks out of the tent and he just goes...
You can take it out for 100 gold, just saying.
Sid, thank you for waiting here for so long. I didn't mean for the conversation to go on as long as it did.
Sid, make an Arcana check for me.
I was gonna say, you were gone? Just been watching Anvir.
Shoving an axe through a
Sidrin,
tree.
You felt very, very powerful fey magic radiate from that tent for like 5 seconds, and then it disappeared. And there's not a trace of it left. But you felt very strong fey magic. Almost as if you were in the Feywild. You've never been there, but you've read about it. And it was like, whoo, that was a lot.
I say to Orin, smell like flowers to you. Maybe it's just me. I have a meta question. So, a hobgoblin to a goblin, is that like a bugbear to a hobgoblin?
Well, no. A bugbear would be like a Goliath to a human. A hobgoblin to a goblin would be a human to a halfling.
Yeah.
Or a gnome.
Oh, like, are you guys like related? Is what I mean.
Yeah, it's all the
they're
same.
Technically, all
species.
goblinoids. Yeah. So, and also, this guy can also get confused about what the races are because he grew up in a cage. He doesn't actually really know much about
I
it.
didn't hear any of that, so
I was reading that as well.
Doesn't know, but
Yeah.
And then on the other hand,
did
have
you find
Orin,
out
who's a
anything
scholar.
interesting, Orin?
Orin comes out of the tent, kind of like a little sweat on his brow.
Yeah. Well, I
Guy-
saw something.
Guy's walking back. He's like,
I gave up on that axe. Well, you're pretty strong, regardless if you can't aim.
like laughing at you, Orin.
as Fizzle, Orin's gonna say, "Oh, I could aim if I tried. Thank you for not embarrassing me.
For 50 gold.
Oh, I've already spent as much of my money here as I think I can lose for now. Thank you, though. I appreciate it.
I'm like caught between like the orc and like Sid's voice for some reason. It's all the different RPs that I'm juggling. That's
Anvir's
why.
gonna make an offer to Gaiek. Anvir's going to
Guy's
offer
like
us.
standing there. He has like a dark brown tunic on. It doesn't fit quite right because it's just a bit too brawny. Chest hairs poking out the top and like through the seams. Kind of like looks down, kind of across, or looks across and over at you, Anvir. He's like,
Yeah?
Okay, I have a proposition for you. So that axe back there, I can give you a solution to get that axe out of that tree. In exchange, I'm not asking for any
You gotta go
gold.
get it for me?
I'm not asking for any gold. I just want a 10% stake in your business.
For getting an axe out of a tree.
You
Hey,
understand?
that axe is 1/6 of his business. Okay.
Right. Right.
You
You think about it.
You understand that axe cost me like 2 silver, right? you understand that, right?
Deal or no deal,
This
Garrett?
orc's just gonna think we're super racist.
Can I persuade him or
You
not?
think just because I'm an orc, I can't
"Can
do
I
math?
convince him of that?"
Simple math?
Shake his hand. then let's leave.
Yeah. Let's skip
Morla looks like she's getting tired. Everybody's getting kind of drunk. It's getting later. Most of the kids have like left with their families. It looks like most of the trade caravans are packing up the facilities now. Diedrich. It seems like Diedrich and Zorthal has, while you guys were doing stuff, have disappeared and have gone off into the ether. You don't know where they took off to, but yeah, they're gone for all intents and purposes,
And that was the
including the
last time
suit
they
of
saw
armor.
Alistair.
Okay.
Reed's gonna come back. This
Well.
character's gonna be undead. It's
Yes.
gonna be a construct, tiefling, weird.
It
thing.
seems like Alistair's not done yet, boys. Shall we get a drink?
Yes.
Sounds fine to me.
A drink sounds splendid, actually.
That same elven waiter kind of comes by,
Cheers, Cody.
hands you a tankard. He's like, looks like we're about to start cleaning up, boys. Just kind of just keeps walking.
Oh,
How
okay.
late is it?
Okay.
It's pushing like 10. Well, I mean,
you have to put your
it was
goggles
already-
on
it
to
was-
see.
It was already like it was 6 p.m. when you arrived at Anton Malik's place, and you guys spent some time there. It's just like we're getting around like midnight, 1 a.m. now, like here. So most of these people are kind of wrapping up their day for the festivities.
Gotcha.
Yeah, Warren's just gonna start like sauntering off the field or what have you.
Same. Andrew's following Orin. Walking next to him.
As we're
his
walking
goggles
away, Warren's gonna look at Anvir and say, "You know, I did see something kind of bizarre in the tent while I was there. Briefly, almost like a dream.
What did it feel like or smell like or...
Well, according to Sid, it smelled like wildflowers, which is not something I'm accustomed to from where I'm from.
Just out of nowhere.
Yeah, the goblin that I was speaking to, I believed I could trust them, so I mentioned that I was from the Bone Tree to see if maybe he knew where that was, because it seemed like maybe our circumstances were similar. And for a brief moment,
It was as if he was a completely different person. Maybe not even a goblin. And then the next moment, back to normal.
Eldritch
And-
magics.
And immediately after this, you smelled wildflowers.
Sid smelled wildflowers.
Sid
I
did.
pretty much always smell shit.
Sid,
Makes sense.
Sid equates all magics to just different smells of things.
That makes a
Oh.
lot of sense.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you're like an
yeah.
alchemist, so you taste things and you're like tasting notes of things. So it's also with
Everyone
magic too.
Everyone knows warlock magic tastes like cinnamon.
Yeah.
Canon.
Hint of cinnamon, a little bit of chai taste. Yeah.
Eldritch Blast! Oh, is that pumpkin spice? Mm.
It's like
Yeah.
Food
Delicious.
Wars.
It's really an
Spice Eldritch Blast.
autumn pilot. Yeah.
Yes.
I'm on autopilot.
Autopilot.
And I would say the same thing if Sid were there. I just wanted to loop them into what I saw and what I heard and what I said when
Yeah.
we were in the tent.
Yeah.
Okay.
The people of the home kind of make their last rounds. Merla kind of makes her way inside. Seems like she's going to be calling it a night. As well as so does her mother and some of the others.
Love the
They
Feywild
kidnapped the
stuff.
birthday girl.
All about that.
Yeah.
Oh, you guys want to go to the Feywild?
Hey,
I'm keen. I don't know how Alistair's gonna get there. But
Well, here's the thing. I wrote this a long time ago, and I'm not sure if anybody actually saw this in there, but Anvir, his background, he's been exposed to a Fae before, just one. That Entrati from Adrio. This is just like part of the council of, and I was just thinking like, if wildflowers, if the wildflower smell is something that is typically associated with a Fae presence, then I was going to ask if Anvir would know about that, but it seems like that's a Sid thing. Which makes
Sid's the only one that makes it smell like wildflowers.
Right. So then, yeah, that's what I was feeling. But I just wanted to kind of like point that out that Anvir's seen Fae before.
I'm just glad I don't have to pretend to be Fizzle-Wizzle anymore.
Not like it's not like they're best friends or anything. It's just like a connection in his backstory. That's it.
isn't summoning a familiar Fey magic?
No. So that's conjuration, right? So there's different schools of magic, and then there's different like places where those that divine magic kind of originates from. Also, the schools of magic that like say player characters have access to, monstrous creatures can also have access to monstrous creatures, and humanoids can have access to magics that are not accessible to player characters, and they can be derived from other places. One of those can be the Feywild, so like Fey creatures get all of their magic from the Fey. Doesn't mean like a lot of their spells can be called the same things, but what happens is they actually originate, and they're stylistically where they're drawn from, how they're created, are done differently than would be. So like a warlock's whole person and a cleric's whole person are technically the same spell. They do the same thing, but the magics come from different places,
So they would look
and they're
they would smell
supported through different powers. Same thing with the Feywild. So Fey magic means whatever magic that this kind of came from. Like it's a strong Fey, which probably means either this creature or thing, or these two in particular, have a background in Fey. So that means like, or some Fey creature has taken a interest and or has cast magic here recently, and that's why you can be like, this is a Fey person. It's the same thing. It's the same reason you can feel like an abjuration or like a fiend or a devil. Like there's just like a negative energy when those kinds of things are around that are specific to those planes of existence and those kinds of like chaotic or lawful entities. Same thing with Fae.
There's text that supports this. Rules is written to I think it's in the Divine Sense text that like you can sense divine magic, and it has like when you encounter someone who is like good and lawful, it's their like magic smells like sweet, like candy and like fruit. There isn't one that describes the Feywild, but like wildflowers makes a lot of sense. Arcane magic from wizards smells like ozone, and infernal magic smells like sulfur and
You ever
phosphorus.
smelled ozone?
It's like that kind of.
It's gross.
You never know that you have until someone tells you that's what that smell is, and you're like,
Ew.
But the idea is that with the ozone specifically in the text, the reason it smells like that is because like the way that magic manipulates the natural order arcane magic manipulates the natural order causes like the development of these like extra chemicals and things in the air. Ozone
Makes
doesn't
sense.
naturally
Ozone-
occur.
Ozone kind of smells like burnt a
Yeah.
little bit, so it kind of makes sense that
Yeah.
arcane magic
actually,
would smell
is that
way.
like a
And so like I want you guys to realize like where you are in the world state right now. Like Sid can appreciate the difference between types of magic because he is relatively high intelligence. He's been in the world for a while. Most people wouldn't know the difference between divine magic and arcane magic. It's all the same.
Right.
Magic is magic for most people, especially in the layman. The layman, in layman terms, right?
That's why I was so shocked at Anvir, because his new thing he's done is completely different than his other things.
Exactly. So Anvir, while you might be like, you might feel like it's a little different, for you, it's still magic. Like, it's still like, you're kind of pulling it out of the ether, just like you're pulling your other spells out of the ether.
yeah.
Sidrin is very in tune with what
more
constitutes
developed.
magic and its consistencies and it's like its viscosities and all of those different like metrics that can be equated to
Like you've been casting spells with your hand, and all of a sudden you casted a spell with your feet.
yeah.
Or like you've been casting spells out
Lay
of your
on
right
feet.
pocket. And then all of a
Somebody's
sudden you
really
reach
gonna
in
like
You
your
gotta
that.
pay for that.
So yeah, that's kind of where magic is at the moment. So yeah, you guys are standing at the end of this party at the moment. Most people are kind of like winding down. You guys can take back to the Forgotten Lounge if you want to. You can press forward.
That's where I was just
to
gonna
let-
naturally walk to. Yeah.
just to let you know, for the most part, you just like some threads that you guys may have forgotten that you had, or that you might want to follow up on. The Holoron Merchant Empire has given Anvir access to a ship and a destination if you guys want to go anywhere and do anything. There will be a little bit of preparation to come into that, but you can basically declare if you guys want to go somewhere. Anton Malik has given you leave to be like, okay, well, if you guys want to travel, just let me know where you're going, and then I might have some objectives where you're headed. Valthus Rosatra told you to get in, just to be careful with an introduction to Anton Malik. Gave you your introduction, but has not followed up with you since then. She just told you to do as much damage to his empire as possible. And you had Doramir, who is now undead, and in the service of Anton Malik. If you guys want to do anything with that information. And you're also missing all of those spores wherever they went.
I don't think we ever really
Yeah.
needed them. They were just good leverage for a while. But
Also-
yeah, I think the next day, I think I want to get like a long rest because in order to put on a show, I went through like all of my rages and everything, and I don't have many mechanics left that I can use, so I need a long rest.
Can't really
and
argue
then
against
late.
that.
tomorrow, like I think we're gonna get up and like get all the preparations and stuff ready to set sail. How does that work,
Zoltar
though,
and
with Alistair,
Daedric
like,
are
being here?
gone. They had left before you guys kind of like stopped interacting with the crew over here, Gaiek and Arkug, and they had. It seems like he's departed for the day. You guys also leave, go find your way back to the Forgotten Lounge. You make your way into that same kind of familiar entranceway, a full wooden hall. You make your way upstairs, and you guys can bed down for the night. No problem.
Everyone downstairs
Sidrin.
hears Orin collapse on his bed.
like dust creaks out of the woodwork.
Yeah, kind of shakes the building there. Sid, you hear a knock on your door about an hour into you trying to fall asleep. You hear make an insight check for me.
Jews?
Juves is crawling across your nose.
Juves, is that you?
Evan.
With 11, you've heard this knock before. It is one of Alistair's informants.
Yeah, he knocks to the beat of Staying Alive.
Okay. Sid pops open the door just a tiny bit and goes, yes?
Alistair sends his regards. We have secured the services of Zoltar. If you ever require anything, extra set of hands, he says, just let him know and we'll give you access. We've put him in a different location.
Oh, jolly good then.
Appreciate you, sir.
Thank you very much. All right, I'm going back to bed now.
He slopes away and kind of like. So yeah, you have access to, if you ever want to make some potions or something on the side, you can send them towards Zoltar, and he can handle some of that work for you, so you don't have to spend any time doing it. At the moment, that's what he's able to take care of.
That
So-
is incredibly useful.
Very good.
Yeah, and he can level up too because he's working on a project at the moment. So,
That's awesome.
Nice.
yeah.
That sounds sick.
Zorthal did?
Yeah,
I feel like
Zorthal is
Zorthal's gonna
under.
be being our like bosun.
Zorthal is working under your employee at the moment. He's in a secure location working on behalf of Alistair.
That's right. Okay, so, really quick,
You
destination
guys bed down for the night. You get a
Yeah.
full night's rest. You get all that juicy goodness. Your health points are back. Spells per day. I do have to ask you, Anvir, who are you praying to? Like who's giving you your powers?
So the paladin the oath I was going to choose was Oath of the Open Sea.
Okay. So it's just the just out in the call to adventure, the longing to
Yes. The sea is
adventure and
basically-
explore.
Here, let me
In my mind,
Cool.
because I've talked to John Luke about this outside of the stream, in my mind, it's the transition from your wants and your goals being like selfish things, and them being like fulfilling, not like quite divine, but like having a larger purpose,
More
in, like the
altruistic.
grand scheme of everything. Yeah.
use what I have,
It's
not
that
just for me,
transition.
but for but Oath of the Open Sea, yeah. I forget exactly because it's been a minute, but that was the one, I believe.
Okay.
Oath.
So for weeks, your dreams are filled with like beautiful dreams of like iridescent like sunsets on beautiful like wide open oceans, and just seeing like just the peaks of islands sticking up out of the ocean. Your dreams are nothing but sweet and adventurous and beckoning, calling to a life and draw to the unknown out on the ocean and the waves. And that has kind of been internalized into your magic as well. And you kind of feel a bit more of an influence from the open ocean in your magic. You can kind of feel a connection there, although you can't really quite articulate what that means quite yet. Sidrin, you are a level 6 artificer. Is that what I'm? Okay. Orin went 4 barb, 2 fighter.
3 and 3 right now.
3.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let me get some more alcohol. We can keep going on tonight's session if you guys want to keep going.
Yeah, I'm super keen.
Yes, please.
John Luke says yes, please, from the toilet.
Yeah, I'm definitely down. It's kind of interesting without Reed. He's our like central character.
Well, he's the one that's normally like gives us a heading at least.
Yeah,
But
I mean,
yeah,
he's like the
it's-
main. He's like the main character of the story.
Yeah, it's fun to like figure out exactly where we go and what we do when we don't have Alistair saying like.
That's
Hey,
you
this
guys.
is
I
what we're
can't.
gonna
I can't
do.
force you to do shit. You guys have to go do something.
Yeah. No, I mean, Sidran is I guess logically the next person in line, even though he's the newest. But he's not really a plan person. He's more of a solution person and an observer person.
Well, the reason Orin said that, I guess you're in charge. The reason he said that is more that you're the only other personality that's similar to Alistair. Whereas, like, because the other alternative is Mir Anvir, and that's a terrible fucking idea. Orin would have been like, yeah, why don't we just take all of their chests full of money? Which is what I thought you were gonna do when I had the
really
goblin
was
in the
about
tent.
to go invisible and just take the chest.
I thought
and
you were
was
just gonna
like,
shove them into your bag of holding.
Could have.
I was too enthralled by the other things that were happening. So that's another part of Sidran's problem. Is there are interesting things happening? He's just caught up.
Sidran has like ADHD, like really bad.
It's nice to have so many like mental not ill. I guess I don't know if ADHD is a mental illness.
No,
but I like to have like these kinds of things represented in the game. I think it's interesting.
I feel like Sid is the kind of person where if we were like, Sid, we need a bunch of healing potions before we go on our journey, and then the next day we'd be like, where are all of the healing potions? And Sid would be like, I made 2. But I also made 16 other potions you didn't ask for. And like that's how that whole adventure would go. We just have to figure out what we're doing with the other 16 potions and what they do.
We'd never know.
They all cause us to fly.
Right.
Just
I
every single
perfected the
one.
healing potion in 2 tries, and then I made all these other potions all night.
Yeah. Then I got bored. So I made this one that makes you taller, and this one that makes you smaller. And this one makes you fly, but not very far, and when it wears off, you come crashing down to
And
the
this
ground.
one makes you taller and smaller.
I actually
Don't
made 10
ask.
healing potions, but only 2 of them were good enough to present, so I just threw the others. Well, I left them
Yeah. I gave the other ones to the rabble.
I tested them on some poor.
I tested them on Jubes. Jubes just becomes like a 32-foot tall
Ju-
flying cube.
Jubes is amazing. I love Jubes.
Juice. Fucking like. He's anybody seen Solar Opposites?
Yes.
He's
He's
that.
like a pupa.
He's the pupa.
He's the pupa.
Will Jubes ever level up?
Oh god.
Jubes? Jubes is. How could he level up? He's a level 20.
Is he sentient? Partially sentient.
Jubes is partially sentient, yes. Partially
He
sentient.
has one spell. It's just
I
a
love
very
it.
low end prestidigitation. It was a very concentrated prestidigitation.
Basically. Yeah.
Well, wait, prestidigitation only affects like, what is it, like a 10 square foot area or 5 square feet or something at a time?
Concentrated because he's so small.
5 square feet. I think.
Yeah, so
It's
like that's
concentrated
his
to one.
surface area. It's just like his surface area is the area that's affected by prestidigitation as he's moving. I feel
Yes.
like that makes a lot of sense.
You stick a bloody sword through Jews, you pull it out, it's clean.
It
Yeah,
actually
Jubes is
works on
fine.
all sides. So if you put him into a space that was just as big as him, he would clean all the surfaces. at
Yeah,
once.
exactly. Yeah. That's Jubes. Jubes is awesome.
You don't have much need for this feature, but it is.
I could just imagine like walking aboard the deck of whatever ship the right people own, and you see Jews just like cleaning this thing. It's just look like it's like the lawnmower, just like you see the trail behind the lawnmower. That's Jews cleaning the shit off the poop deck.
And then he cleans himself by just unloading everything in the ocean.
Just vomits it into the ocean.
Cast enlarge on Jubes. Do it.
Empty his bag.
Yeah. Oh my god. Citron is just a big blue Mr. Clean.
Yes.
The Arm and Hammer Man.
Yeah. That's one of your other RPs. That's one of your aliases is Arm and Hammer.
Arm and Hammer. They call me Arm and Hammer.
I'm a blacksmith.
You know the guy.
They call me Arm and Hammer.
That's literally the guy's name that came up with that company, Arm and Hammer.
Is it?
It's not a joke.
Oh my
It's a
God.
real.
Wait, really?
Yeah. Armand. Armand.
I feel like Armand would be a little bit more like subversive. Like people wouldn't get it immediately, which makes it better.
Herman Hammer. Are we ready to cheers?
Arm and Hammer. He
Oh
lived
yeah,
from
about this.
1898
Shot,
to
locked, and loaded.
1990.
Wow.
He lived 92 years.
There's a cat.
Arm and
good
Hammer
cat.
lived from
It's
1898
Juice.
to 1990.
Wait, he lived
Yeah,
how
I
long?
do. He lived from 1898 to 1990.
1898 to 1990.
To 1990, 92 years. Yes, I know that he's related to Armie Hammer. Mimi. Thank you.
Hi, Mimi.
Yeah, he's
I love
yeah,
that
the
you
actor
just showed
Armie
up
Hammer.
just for
That's
that.
his ancestor. Well, I guess it's like maybe his great grandpa, great grandpa.
Oh my God! What a champion.
Or you know.
Does
Sorry,
everyone
guys,
have
I'm looking
a
at
drink?
something right quick.
Oh, you're
Oh,
good.
I do.
What the hell are we gonna do today, guys?
Cheers, everybody.
I was gonna say cheers first.
Thanks.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Ian Season, what's up, dude? Welcome. Thank you for tuning in. Showing up in chat, I appreciate it.
So I'm thinking. As a group, we
You
use
guys
this-
wake up the next morning. You're in the Forgotten Lounge. It's a bright, beautiful, brand new day. What do you guys want to do?
So I was thinking,
What is your oyster?
Anvir's going to rise out of bed, don his, clothes, his traveling clothes, and then meet at the wherever the. Is there like a pub under the? I'm just thinking there might be some place to eat food on the first floor, like maybe a lobby.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. There's
Yeah, we
there's
can
the
have
kind of like there's like six different like
Continental breakfast.
not quite continental. They have a couple of different kind of. They have like a plate of meat and like a plate of like porridge like sitting on the counter. That you use like self-serve with some plates beside it. If you guys, the owner is there behind the counter. You see his kind of like balding spot like sticking out. It looks like he's working on something. You can ask him for something if you want to. Otherwise, you're kind of left to your own devices up there.
Yeah, so I'm gonna go up there and at the, at a table or whatever, I'm going to order the steak and potatoes if they have that, and pull out my lute and begin playing.
Okay.
I love that
Uh,
what you would do
1950s,
because
you can
what
have
Oren is
steak
gonna
for
do when
breakfast.
he wakes up. Oren
He's
comes
like,
downstairs and he goes up to the meat display with a plate and puts
Yeah.
he piles up the plate as much as he can and
Yeah.
then grabs
There's,
the
like, sausages
display and
falling
puts
off
his
of your
plate
plate.
down where the display was and walks away with the rest of the meat.
All right. You see the owner kind of like stiffen up and like run to the back and like start. You hear.
Yeah.
You
He's
hear
like,
like,
"He's good."
this sizzling. You hear the sizzling of fire and like fat on a grill. Like sounds like he's cooking some more food.
Sidron eats a banana.
A singular banana.
We don't have. They don't have bananas, but they have baganas. You can eat a bagana.
And then and a very large.
The canon of this world is getting very complicated.
So you eat a bagana and a kombucha, and
Kombucha.
a kombucha. And Anvir is playing in the morning. It's quite serendipitous. It's nice to not have Alistair in the office. You know what I'm saying? It's really nice to like not have like a guy like
It's
telling
weird
you
that
where
you
to
know
go
how
and
to
what
play
to
that.
do. So yeah.
Sidern kicks his feet up. Orin, maybe you could be in charge today.
Have you met me? Yeah, I could be in
Alistair
charge.
is, like,
What
missing
are you
in
trying
action
to
at the
do? Get
moment,
into
so
a
it
fight?
really feels like your boss is out of the office. Like it's like, oh, this is kind of. And
It's
it's
like,
very
what
clear.
do we do? I guess
Sid-
we're just off
Sid's
today.
in command,
Does everyone
but
go home
Sid's
early?
also, like, not about it. So.
Orin, I guess when everyone gets sat down, Orin is gonna say, well, I think the first thing we need to do here is get our crew ready for the ship. There, you would, he's looking at Anvir, you would know better than I do, I think, and I think actually both of you would know better than I do, because I hate the sea, but I know that we need to cross her in order to go where we need to go to do what we need to do. So, I believe we need a larger crew than 5 or 6 people. So who do we need? What do we need?
We need
Well,
an army of goblins. No, I was
Warren
thinking.
doesn't think that's funny.
No, he doesn't. Of course he doesn't. Because that was an insensitive joke.
Warren just like eye contact, really slow blink. No words.
do you know how to swim?
Yes.
Oh,
Of course. What kind of dumb question is that? Of course I know how to swim.
Orin.
Go for it.
I'll do a deception check. Orin mechanically knows how to swim, but really does not understand how to not drown. Where's
Right.
my?
You know how to
roll
stay
20?
afloat, but not
There it
without
is.
panicking.
Okay.
Deception. These are in alphabetical. Oh, I get to roll these at advantage. Oh, it automatically rolls at advantage, and I got an 8 and a 7.
So.
So Sid, you can tell that he definitely would panic if he was thrown into the ocean.
Oh yeah, for sure. I know how
Well-
to swim. What? Of course.
Oh, of course, everyone knows how to swim, right? Maybe
Yeah,
like
that's what I'm
to
saying.
learn in
That's-
advance.
that's
And I
literally
know how
the
to
same
fly.
thing.
So what? So what? No big deal.
Oh wait, isn't that what you were doing with someone else? I forgot.
Yeah.
Well, that was Merlot, right?
I just don't know
Sidran
how
can
to
teach you
sail.
swim.
I've only been on a ship a few times.
I can teach you how to sail, buddy.
That's okay.
I think sailing is just tying ropes and stuff, right?
Just
Yeah.
tying ropes and
You're-
stuff.
You are so right, Sid. Hey, I mean, you know, if you can't tie a knot, don't sail a boat, right? Am I right? It's just tying knots. You
Yes,
just tie
I've
knots.
Yeah,
heard
sailors
that
do
before.
say that.
I
Well,
think probably. I don't. It doesn't not make sense. Anyway, the
Does
point
it
is that we need to find a
not make
larger
sense?
crew. Unless I don't know. We are using your ship or your family ship. Or, what is the situation with the ship that we have?
It's a rental. It's a rental. Look, we're kind of like
Are
we're
we
working
paying for
on
it?
we're working on a more permanent solution. Right now, it's kind of like temporary. But as long as we take care of it, I think they'll let us. Well, they'll loan us one of their transport vessels, one of their galleons.
We'll put a pin in that
think.
for now.
I would
but
hope it's a
this
galleon.
doesn't answer the problem of
Probably
not
a
having
frigate.
a crew.
Sorry.
This doesn't answer the problem of not having a crew. I think
Right.
we need to see the ship,
Okay.
and then
so
maybe we'll have a better idea of how many people we need to row.
I have an
You can
idea.
tell Warren doesn't know how ships work.
I have an idea.
Who we want? Go ahead.
We go to the largest eatery or prison or barracks, and we try to recruit people from there. Adults. Well, maybe we could go to a fighters tournament. If there's the closest fighting tournament, maybe we could enter. One of us could, or a couple of us could, and
I could do this on my own.
theoretically, I know that I don't know if there are any going on right now, but I think that a tournament would be the best place because you have people who are already traveling. So, and that's like they're meeting there. So if they travel after the tournament, it's not.
My concern is that if we do only one thing, we will only get one kind of person on the ship. So if we do something like a fighting tournament, which you two do not need to be there for.
That's true.
But if we enter a fighting tournament, we will only have fighters on the ship. So I think maybe I find some kind of tournament somewhere, and I can ask Balthas, or oh my god, I'm blanking on his name. Oren knows his name. Nico does not know his name, but the guy that we met originally, way back, session 1. I could find a fighter. I could find someone who is strong, someone who will not fuck us during our travels, someone who won't steal the ship. I think we need another person to maybe fix the ship.
I agree with you. I think that
It stands to reason that if we go to the docks and ask for people that want to sail ships, that maybe we might find some.
Warren
Sailors
looks at
look
Andrew
for-
like
look
these
for
are
work, right?
people who sail ships. Good. Yes.
yeah, but I'm gonna have to I'm just gonna throw. Andrew's gonna throw his hood over his head and say, "We can do this, but I'm going to have to be somebody else for it, because there are going to be too many people at the docks who know my face."
Also, we operate in the
But
shadows,
I
so
had a-
making a big commotion over hiring like a large crew is going to.
I had a separate idea that I think that it was influenced by your idea, actually, Oren. So I think, yeah, if we go to one place and find one type of person to sail a boat, like sure, I can train anyone to do whatever on a boat, but fighters are fighters, okay? That's the same. They're all going there for the same reason, and there's no guarantee that we can get them to even join us. The docks are a great idea because the skill set is already there. However, we need people who... Actually, to sail a boat, we really just need sailors, right? So, yeah, let's go to the docks.
Well, just remember, Enver, you have access to basically a round trip ticket wherever you want to go. It's not. He
That's
didn't
right,
offer
the
you.
boat-
He didn't offer you. He didn't offer you like permanent access to the ship. But he did basically say, wherever you want to go, I can get you there. Just like, give me the day, give me
It's-
where you want to go, and I will get you there. But it's gonna be just that. It depends on where you want to go too, because like if it's in Dungannon, I mean, Anvir would
Probably
know. Dungannon is underneath a blockade at the moment from Aetheros. Like you could get in, but you're not gonna be able to get out, like at all.
Yeah.
Like not by sea, or if you're gonna go by sea, you'd have to be like via pirate vessel or some other kind of way.
Okay, that's fair. I didn't consider that. So we have a trip that we can use. We don't even need a crew. We have
Nope, because he would offer you the entire. Like he
the trip,
basically
it's the
said,
trip.
Averi said that he would give you basically access to a vessel with the foxhounds to a destination. So he would charter a ship for you on your behalf. You'd find a reason for you to be boarding the ship, to go to these locations. Because again, the Holocron Merchant Empire has ships going places all the time, including during blockades and during armistices. Like he can send things places and like, but there's limits to that, and so he can get you somewhere, but it doesn't mean he can get you round trip doing whatever you want to do. Like things happen, so he can probably get you where you want to go. If you want to go somewhere on this coast, like if you want to go to like up the coast to where the orcs live, he can probably get you round trip there and back because that's just closer. And so like trade there is a bit precarious, but it's doable. You can go to where all the orcs live and like do trade up there. But if you want to go past Atheros where the Elven Empire is, it's going to be a little bit more finessing and a little bit more politically charged work.
So before that takes place, thank you for telling me that, Zach. Anvir's going to make a proposition as to where we should go with this trip, if it's necessary. Anvir's going to propose that we take the ship to a port, maybe along the coast, maybe across the coast somewhere, or across the ocean, to another affluent area that has a marine presence, so like a boat builder or a dock. Jean-Luc doesn't know off the top of his head, but I feel like Anvir would.
I'm sure he would. So exactly where are you trying to go? Are you trying to go to the Elven Empire, the Human Empire? Like, there's not too much of a choice. There is kind of like a third party that's kind of like off to the south, to the much further west. That is like a month and a half journey. It would be a one-way trip, and you'd basically be on a hope and a prayer that they would supply you, or you'd be able to find supplies to get back. Like it's way out there.
And the Elven Empire frowns upon half-elf.
Elven Empire is the closest empire to Zarash. A lot of the trade that the HME and the Shimmering Syndicate, a lot of the wealth that is coming into and out of Zarash is coming from the Elven Empire. Actually, a lot of the textiles, a lot of the trade goods, a lot of the commodities coming into Zarash are filtered, like almost 50 to 60% of them are filtered into Atheros. So there's a lot of money coming from Atheros into Zarash, which is one of the reasons why the HME is doing so well. So that's also one of the reasons why there's no blockade between Zarash and Atheros. So you can get into Atheros very easily. It's actually getting to Dungannon and getting to Helmfirth is actually a little bit of an issue right now, because there's not open war yet, but there's a lot of trade shenanigans being done in the open sea right now between the Human Empire and Zarash. Like, a lot of ships aren't making it where they need to be making it. It's kind of like a pseudo blockade. Like the Elven Empire is like sponsoring pirate ships to like board vessels and take
could be one of those pirate
equipment. And so but some ships are getting through, those that are the best equipped, and there's not technically a blockade, so you can technically sail straight through if you can make it. Is kind of the issue. But the Elven Empire is enforcing their jurisdiction in their ocean. But there's a lot of privateering and pirating going on
as a paladin of the open sea.
Yeah. So the Elven Empire then breaking the blockade.
Out of game really quick, and I don't want to metagame, but this is more of a narrative thing than a mechanical thing. I think it would be fun to like set sail with the explicit purpose of like finding and ransacking these like privateer ships that are being hired specifically to block trade.
There's so
Yeah,
much
I
shit
feel
going
like
on
that'd be
right
right
now
up
in this
our alley,
fucking game.
and
There's so much
an
stuff going
excellent
on
way
in this
to
game. Like,
GTA.
this
our
is such a
way into
4D
the ship that we
This is
want.
such a 4D chess.
For now. Is
That does feel like
pirate
what
the
we
pirates.
would do too. We would just be like, yeah, we'll just go that way, right?
Yeah, we'll go that way, and then we'll just wait and hope.
Till
and
we
then-
find either we're gonna find a ship, or we're gonna find land, or we're gonna die.
Okay,
Right?
so
There's
here's
only
the-
3 options,
here's
and
the
2
new
of those 3 are
proposition then.
fine with me.
Right, so here's the new proposition then, and this is how Anvir would make this happen in his head, and how he would propose it to the team, to the TRP. So, he would use the ship, and then say, give them a heading. We follow this heading, and if we feel like we've covered too much distance and not run into any privateer ships, or anything of that sort, we would change the heading. And Anvir's just thinking like, you know, that's kind of like what I would do in this situation.
What does that pitch
We'll
sound?
sail
like?
this way, and if we don't
Alright,
see
so-
anything, we'll just sail a different
To
way.
you guys. So
Yeah,
this is not
give us
gonna
the
be,
pitch as Anvir.
This is not
'cause,
going to
like,
be shared.
Sid doesn't like, and Oren obviously doesn't fucking understand really what's
Right.
going on.
So
He just knows we need to be on the ocean.
Zach just needs to know that this is not something that Anvir's going to share with anyone other than the right people. Right. So he's just going to say
What's happening?
to
What's happening right now? Where are
Sonic's
we?
about to RP this as Oren. Or as Anvir.
Right.
As Oren. Yeah, give us your best like pseudo-Russian accent.
So what we're going to do now is
It hurts me that that is a good impression.
It honestly sounds so similar
Alright,
to
so
yours.
That's
Like,
good.
so
brothers,
it's
but-
Sid and Oren. Anvir's going to start
Sarah.
by saying,
Yes,
okay.
Oren, if you're listening to
so
me.
we have use of a trip. We don't have a ship, per se. We don't have a crew. But we have a trip that we can use. We've got a few nautical miles that we can kind of rent, kind of borrow from my family's company. And it has its
That's,
uses. I'm saying if we've got a one-way trip, we can go and give a heading to our captain, whoever arrives on this ship that we request,
You want to give? I'm
and
sorry,
hope that we
not
run
to-
into some of these privateer ships who are blockading the way in and out of Atheris. I think that would be a good use of our time, because the best way to continue moving around is going to be across the sea. Out of game, this is something that Anvir would be pitching because he is basically like of the sea. So
also another question:
back
do you
in,
want me to give you some
Anvir would
potential
say,
potential destinations?
we get a ship,
for you
we
guys
can move
to
around
sell
more
to?
freely by ourselves, and then our next problem would be getting a crew. That is a problem for when we get this ship. For now, we use the opportunity that we have, the trip that we have aboard this vessel. We give a heading, and then if we've covered too much distance without any confrontation or interaction with privateer vessels, I'm going to do my very best to convince our navigator to change the heading until we find something. And with the aim of eventually hijacking a ship of some privateers we really, really are not fond of, enough to just take their entire ship away from them.
I like this plan. And as well, if you think about it, if we find like a privateer vessel, one, they're easily motivated if they're motivated by money, and two, this may be a good time to recruit people for our group.
Yeah, before
And
we even get on
privateers
this,
are really, I mean,
Yeah.
we're basically talking about doing the same thing.
right? We're basically privateers, but we're looking for a set of people who do what we do, who don't do it the same way we do. People who just maybe don't deserve a ship. And if we're lucky, the navigator or captain may not be opposed to my plan of just being, confronting a vessel, but I feel like they would be opposed to it because it's not. They may not be prepared for or may not be looking to get into combat at all. It would not surprise me at all, and that's why I'm telling you guys.
Would they have the
and not
authority
them.
to challenge you for something like that? Because it was my opinion that it's your family that owns the ship and owns the crew.
That's true, but I don't want to be a brat. to them.
That's fine. I mean, this
So-
is what you have me for, right? So that I can, if anyone disagrees, I throw
If we
them
end
off the
up
ship.
shipwrecked with no way out on an island, and I'm there with the captain, and we're both still alive somehow, that'll be when I tell the captain, "I'm really sorry, but here's what I did." Until then, we're
Is
going
this
to.
an inevitability? Is this something you think is imminently possible?
It's possible. It's not very
Remotely
possible.
possible, or then fine. Then this sounds like exactly what we should do.
Yeah, let's do it. Yeah. Sid, what do
Zach,
think?
you mentioned giving us like a list of places we could go. I think that would be
Yeah.
helpful, just because our characters.
He did.
Well, Anvir would know this stuff. Sid would know this stuff. Oren
Yeah.
has no idea.
Well, let me pull up the map right quick.
2022 prescriber. Welcome. Thank you for tuning in on Twitch. I appreciate it.
All right, yeah. So you're in Zarash right now. You can travel straight north to towards Ungel. That is kind of where the orcs have kind of staked their claim, and they live along the coast. It hasn't been too friendly in those waters, so typically ships don't go that far north. But ships do come down from there and do make trade, which is one of the reasons why orcs exist in Zarash. They've done that for a number of years. However, the customs aren't quite well known, so ships don't really go too far north. If you go straight west, you'll hit Atheras. That is the Elven Empire. You actually have to go around Atheras to hit Helmfirth in the Dungannon province,
Oren doesn't
which
want
is.
to go to Atheros.
So Atheras is probably the shortest journey, but probably the most lucrative journey for most ships, because it is empire to empire, the shortest travel distance, and also they're very receptive to trade with themselves. If you're going to sail past them, it's going to be a little bit difficult. If you do, you will have to sail past them to get to pretty much any other place. If you go to Stone Peak, you have to sail around the entire continent. It takes a long time, but that can also be quite lucrative because they have resources that are not available in Atheras or Helmfirth. They have access to gems and mines, specifically mithril, that is very valuable that a lot of other empires just do not have access to. So it's a good journey. There's a couple of different islands off the province of Dungannon that are considered like third-party nations. Not a lot is known about these places, mostly because they don't do open trade. You don't really know a lot about these locations. It would take some astronomical checks to learn about them. Besides that, if you were to sail to Dungannon, there's about basically like two different places. You can sail to Brumswood Passage, which is where the biggest port is actually currently in Dungannon, or you can
It's
sail
where
to
my characters from in our other campaign.
Exactly.
Arlo.
Brumswood Passage is one of the biggest ports currently in Dungannon, or you can go to the northern side, which I forget the name of that one, but I can look that up. I'm just looking at the map right now.
So far, I'm thinking
So-
Dungannon.
Well, Oren isn't super keen on. Well, he doesn't know this, but like Zach just told us they're not really receptive to goblins and goblinoids. We're probably gonna get in a lot of fights if we go to Duncan. I was thinking going to the orc, like, it's like, hey, dangerous waters. More shit for us to deal with, like.
Yeah, the orcs. Actually, that sounds like a really good play.
Also, I don't really want to sail around Eotheris because that's the reason Oren is so repellent to that place. Is that's kind of where he bought and sold isn't the right word, but that's where he was created and shipped place to place when he was with his traveling troupe.
Okay.
You guys do know that there is one more elven port up the other side. So Atheros, you have to sail past Atheros to get to Dungannon, but Atheros is kind of on a peninsula. Actually, the whole province of hold on, let me get the name of it. The whole province of the Terashan, the Elven Empire, is actually a peninsula. On the left side of the peninsula is where you'll get the human empires, but on the east side, it's kind of like more ocean, and then kind of like a mountain wall, and there is one more port on that side. Huh?
We need to go to the map store.
Well, no, I have the map is on the Roll20 website. You can look at it. It's the one that I made way back when. But the name of that town is actually Aphelion. So it's actually in kind of this. It's actually an island in the middle of this kind of like grand lake. It has one entrance. It's kind of a natural defense for it. There is one more port. It's a bit safer. It's a bit more receptive to foreigners than Atheros is. A lot of the
Your wishbone's up here.
a lot of the trade from Zarash actually also heads up that way as well, specifically because they are receptive to foreigners there, and there's a lot of foreigners that come on these ships. So although Atheros is open to trade, they keep most of the riffraff in the port, whereas this other place, Aphelion, allows its sailors to go about its city for the most part. Although they do have a pretty stringent guard, it's a bit more receptive to foreigners.
Rolling. What? Cody, what'd you just do? What?
There was a weird thing button on my thing, and I just wanted to roll it, see what it did.
Oh, okay.
It just said fudge dice. I had to roll it.
Oh, like to. Oh, got it. That might be to like make a fake roll if you're the DM potentially.
So I'm thinking you go into the orcish territory.
Sail north. Yeah.
Sail north. Treacherous waters.
You guys are going to go without Alistair north to Ungel?
Yeah.
Well, hold on. Our main goal was to like the highest likelihood of running into a privateer vessel.
Right.
That maybe
That's towards Atheros.
Yeah, so I think we have to sail past Atheros.
Yeah. Sail past Atheros. Yeah.
So maybe we're sailing into Helmsfirth.
Yeah.
It's like the very next, if I've understood the directions in the heading correctly, it's the very next stop past Aotheros.
Alright guys, I have one thing that's going to happen before this kind of occurs. Okay?
Okay.
Okay.
Oh boy.
Orin.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, Sidron, make an insight check for me on... no, Arcana check for me on Orin. You guys are walking around the city of Zarash in the middle of the day.
Oh no.
It smells like wildflowers.
Why do you smell like a garden?
A garden?
Well, more like a flowery hillside in the country. It's not your natural smell. It's
you
a new thing.
overestimate my travels, my friend. I've never been to a hillside, or the closest to a hillside is the mountain where my people come from.
Okay,
But
rewind.
we don't have gardens or wild flowers. It's mostly just trees.
Okay, but you know what a flower is, correct?
Yes, to some extent, yeah.
Okay. Now, sometimes there are a whole field of these flowers for literally no reason. That's what you smell like. It's not bad.
Thank you.
It's just rather
It's
hard.
but
it's magical.
hold on, no wait. Is it the same smell that you smelled from the tent?
Yes, very similar.
Interesting. So as we're walking, Oren's gonna stop and kind of like look around to see what's going on. Oren's gonna stop and wait for Zach to get back to his chair.
Yeah, I'm sure you can hear us, but yeah, that's fair.
Oh yeah, probably for sure. He's got a Bluetooth headset. Trying to figure out how this conversation would go.
Oh yeah. Oh, it's gonna great. It's gonna get good, guys. I can't hear you, but all right. So you look around. You see a beautiful neighborhood. Remember, you're in the upper echelons of Zarash. It is a beautiful area. There is. I don't know if you guys are on the map that I'm on right now.
I'm looking at it now.
But so
That's
you
mapping.
see, you see buildings and like people, shops and people doing trade and people kind of walking about, going about their daily lives. Citizens of Zarash, the wealthy citizens of Zarash, kind of going about their business. Citron, you hear. You and Oren kind of trade this conversation, be like, you smell kind of wildflowers, what's happening right now. And this kind of guard kind of approaches the three of you, looking a bit suspect because you are definitely not of the, you definitely don't look like the normal humanoids that inhabit these areas. Excuse me? Can I see your papers, please? This solo individual guard is just kind of walking up to you.
Papers. Sid, or maybe
Somebody already checked our
Show
papers.
him my papers.
You don't have any papers.
If that's kind of what I was worried about. Ace, which is what we call Anvir sometimes. Maybe you could speak to this man, because I'm not sure what he's asking for.
Yeah, that's so weird that you're asking for our papers because that guy, where is he? Looks behind him. There was a guy looked just like you, who just
I need
checked our
everyone
papers.
here to make a perception check for me.
Oh boy. Alright. Nice.
17.
Oren with the low rolls. I blame you, Sid. Stealing all the high rolls. You started with 2 nat 20s in a row, and I feel like the whole thing's just going downhill from there.
Yeah, all my rolls have basically gone down from there.
There's nowhere else to go.
Oh.
I can't roll high if y'all keep rolling.
Anvir and Sidrin. You feel something in the air change about this whole situation. You feel the well and the fountain in the background. Like you feel the sound almost become muted to a degree. You feel the individuals kind of in the background fade almost out of existence. They just kind of like everything becomes just a bit more quiet, a bit more. Just this slightest hint of an existence in front of you. Only the guard and Oren are kind of in view. Same with you, Anvir. Only the guard and Oren are kind of isolated in your attention right now, and you know that is weird. Anvir, in particular, you smell sulfur.
Okay.
Orin, you're in front of this guard. The guard's like, "I'm sorry, sir. You have your papers. I just need to make sure that you're okay." And he kind of see him kind of like pause and stop, and he looks around. He also kind of feels something is different. Kind of looks around. What do you guys do? You
Orin
have
doesn't smell
a
anything,
couple
right?
of seconds.
Orin doesn't really sense
Anvir is
that
going
anything's
to
going wrong.
Anvir's going to message Sid immediately about the smell.
Well, he's right in front of you, so you just talk to him.
Yeah.
If you were gonna message him, you would just be going, Sid.
So Anvir's just gonna say sulfur.
Yes, it is strange outside today. What are you been doing? Arcana check.
The as soon as do you mention the sulfur thing to him?
Yeah, I mentioned it to Sid.
Sid, make an Arcana check. Yeah, go for it.
Orin's just visibly confused. Orin's gonna like ramble, kind of like.
As soon as he mentions sulfur,
there's more than one way to get to the docks. We don't understand why we're being given such a hard time. We've just shown our paper. He's just rambling. He's like filling in, kind of.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
because he doesn't know what's going on behind him.
Sid, with a 25 Arcana, a lot of things fly through your brain as soon as he mentions this. Sulfur, convocation, abjuration, no, evocation, yes. Fireball, yes. Fire, flames, yep, flame. Fire, for planes, which fire plane, yes. Fire planes, besides fire plane, sulfur in particular. And you just keep running through all of these different, like, scenarios, and you eventually arrive upon and this is just quarters of a second, just the split second decisions, and you eventually arrive upon Hells. And as soon as Hells hits your brain, the
music is so good for this right now.
The light kind of fades out of the sky, and it's just you three and this guard. This guard is also kind of like, what the fuck? Like, he's looking around, and
steady yourself, man. This is demon magic.
And out of nothing, out of the ether, just flames erupt from the ground, and these two massive hounds flaming with eyes burning embers, and this one just massive, like, kind of dark, scaly, elongated arms and a huge tail, like with spikes covering its entire body, just going. Evixil, are these the ones? And the other one is, yes, master. This one smells of Fae. And he goes, fine, cut them down. They are talking amongst themselves in front of you. What do you guys do?
Orin, I don't know if I'm gonna get away with this, but technically Orin has a 10-foot reach. I want to try and grab the guard and put him behind us. And I think that's really all I'm gonna have enough time to do. Like that and rage, I guess, because I could do that as a bonus action.
Alright, I need everyone here to roll initiative for me, and you will get that opportunity. I'll go ahead and say that you grab this guard. He is actually, go ahead and make an athletic check for me with advantage, because he is also caught off guard. He's flat-footed at the moment. Okay, yeah, you easily grab him and put him kind of behind you. He's like, what the? It just gets grabbed and gosh, this is.
I am not
good.
allowed to roll high, apparently, is the takeaway.
This is going to be an insane
Pardon me?
fight. It's
about to be a
an
lot of reckless attacking.
insane fight, guys.
Did I get my rage during that?
I will say no. You spent your. Wait, is it a bonus action to rage?
It's a bonus action to rage.
Okay, yeah, you get your bonus action to rage. That's what you get because you.
Cool. I'll mark that off here.
Alrighty, hold on 1 second. So Orin rolls on 9. Sid, what'd you roll?
Bravo.
17.
And Sid is a 7. Let me roll for this guard. He rolled a fucking nat 20, guys.
Hey!
Guard.
Good thing I saved that guard.
This guard might be with us.
I can't roll for shit, but
All right. Right now, just the color has faded out of your existence right now. Only right now what you see in color is the flames and the burning footsteps of these 2 hellhounds snarling in front of you, lava at the mouth, and this one just creature of just fucking spikes and just death just like looking down on you. Specifically at you, Orin. It's looking right at you. Yeah. Let's see. Orin is a 9. Let's see. Let's roll my guys' initiatives. Initiative. There it is. Oh, 20. And a 15. Okay. Let me put that into the thing. And oh, I can't roll it in here, otherwise you guys will know what it is. I don't want you guys to know what it is. So let me roll it here.
roll it separately. Roll it physically.
Oh! It rolled a nat 1 on its initiative. What the fuck?
Hey.
That's so dumb. Oh my god. Okay,
He
so what
dies,
is that? It's a +4.
He has a brain
No,
in
that's
yours. It's weird, but it
not
happens.
quite.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Oh, I'm excited for this fight. All right, hold on. Let me do some labeling and let me get my music going.
While you're doing that, I feel like we all should grab drinks really quick.
Yeah,
Grab
let's get
drinks,
some
use the bathroom,
alcohol
do
because
whatever
we're
you
about to
gotta
get
do.
it. We're about to get into it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just so everyone is on the same page. Sid does not do any damage. He's just there to heal.
That's okay. Maybe
Especially
I'll
'cause
save
one
your
of
life
my-
against-
One of my very few damaging spells is fire, and fire does not hurt hellhounds. Well, Sid's smart enough not to attack a fiery thing with fire.
Is he though? Is he?
I mean, he has 20 intelligence, so.
Is he though?
And 16 wisdom.
Hey, what's your potion for the day, my guy? That's important, is it not?
Oh, where'd John Luke go?
Oh yeah, I thought Orin would just roll it, but I can roll it.
Yeah, but you have your potion for the day. And you get advantage on this, remember? Whichever you get to pick 2 or...
Oh, we got tons of this. All right.
Oh, let me pick my music.
Yeah, okay. Which one's did Orin want? The AC one?
I don't know, which one do you want? God, I wish I could play this music for you guys. It's so good.
I've been listening to a no copyright fantasy playlist, and it worked really, like, even the timing of when everything went dark synced up with the music I was listening to.
I'm listening to the epic soundtrack playlist. These are what the potions do.
Is the map, like, do we have our dark vision and stuff enabled, or is it not helping us here?
I hope it's enabled for you guys. Hold on, let me check.
Mine is.
I just feel like normally we can see more. But maybe, I'm also used to seeing all the squares, so like maybe it's just my eyes playing tricks on me.
Which one of those potions do you want, Nico? I linked them to you in Discord.
Oh man.
No, you can see accurately. You can see up to 60 feet. It seems like, or no, 30 feet. Is it 60 feet or 30 feet is your dark vision?
Mine's 60 with my goggles.
Alright, give me a second.
Okay. We want a 3 then, Zach. We get 2 of these potions.
Oh, brain. There we go. Okay.
There we go. Wait. Why can't I do that?
Because he's not talking.
I don't know how,
Can't hear anyone.
Are you... Well, you're not in the call, so...
Yeah, you disconnected from the call. There you are. There you
You're
are.
muted, John Luke. Muted... Well, you're muted by me. You're in the call, though.
There we go. Now
What's
I can-
happening?
No,
Now
I
you
had
can
to
hear?
change it.
Okay. John Luke was having technical difficulties.
Oh, my headphones are about to die too for whatever reason. So that's gonna be unfortunate. Maybe they'll last
Zach's
another
like, alright,
30
I guess
minutes.
you just gotta wipe you guys real quick. Alright, they all roll.
Yeah, let me just
yeah.
kill you guys real quick. Are we good to go? Are we
all
ready
three
to
of
fight?
them
What I
cast
do-
fireball, including
What I
the
do
two
is one at
dogs.
a time, so you can charge one while you're listening.
Yeah, I'll probably do that. But are we ready to fight?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm down to clown.
Down a clown.
All right. This guard is behind you guys. You just shoved him behind you, or he's like, "What the? Oh my dear gods!" And he like looks at these like fucking intimidating figures. Like there's these massive hounds that are just dripping like lava for blood out of their like mouths, and just. And this massive like devil is just looking down upon you, just like
You. I smell you.
Can Orin
Man,
tell that
just-
he's talking about him?
make an insight check.
Damn it.
Gonna Orin
God,
what?
it's like Orin's biggest
Not
weakness.
a fucking clue. This guard is going to be like. This guard is going to hold its action. It doesn't know what to do. It's thinking about running. It's thinking about fleeing, but it also doesn't really know why you shoved it behind yourself, Warren. So he's gonna hold his position. Next is the first dog's turn. It's going to run up right here.
Great.
Oh my god, hold on. And it's going to cast fire breath.
Good lord.
I need you all to make a DC 12 dexterity saving throw.
Okay.
I have advantage on these because I'm not blinded or incapacitated.
I don't, and I failed.
Sid,
Oh, thank God. There we go.
you take 23 points of fire damage. Orin, you save, so you take half. Anvir, you save, so you take half.
So I take how much
So
damage?
You take 11. No, we rounded up here, so 12. You take 12 points of fire damage, both of you. As this dog walks up in front of you, just opens and unhinges his jaw, and just goes. Oh, let me roll a dexterity saving throw for this guy. Give me a second.
Oh, wait, did everyone else do their drink, by the way?
Oh, cheers.
Because we grabbed drinks. Cheers, you
Cheers.
guys. I just gotta say, if this is where we TPK, Reed will never let us live it down.
Yeah. It's okay.
We're fine.
We'll be okay.
This
That,
guard, however, I mean, this guard might be fucked, but I think
This guard is not looking great, gentlemen. He made his save, but even still, he is not doing well. 12 points of damage to him. Hold on, give me a second. Let me write that down.
He will be more useful as a projectile. Or a meat shield.
All right.
Yeah,
so
Orin
he-
wants to
Grinder.
wield the guard in his
He
left hand.
is hurting. He throws his shield up in front of it. He just starts like squealing in pain. Next up, Anvir, it is your turn.
Okay. I'm going to use Cloud of Daggers at the 3rd level on the lizard thing in the back.
Cloud of daggers on which one?
The
green-
devil. In
Green
the back.
fucker in the back there. So here's what that looks
This guy
like.
right here.
Yeah. Green boy. I feel like I can zoom in a little bit. Here we go. Yeah. Now everyone can see what we see.
bad rolls are bad.
That was a bad roll. But it's on, we put a marker just on his square, I guess. How do I do that?
So 11 points of slashing damage.
Yeah.
This thing.
Yes.
Can you
Right?
link the spell
Okay.
text, John Luke, so that because I know I forget like whether it's they take the damage at the top of their turn type thing or what.
Yeah. Let me look here. Cloud of Daggers.
What? So it stays in place, right? So is it the beginning of its turn or the end of its turn that it takes the damage?
That's what I was trying to figure.
Creature
Can
takes
you link it?
slashing damage when it enters the spell's area for the first time.
So
Or starts a
beginning
turn.
turn.
So
Yeah,
beginning of
beginning of
turn,
its
yeah.
turn.
Yeah.
So it will take that damage as soon as it starts its turn. It hasn't taken it yet, but it will. Okay,
Right.
good to know. Next one. Oh my gosh, guys, I'm so sorry. It's gonna run out. It's going to flame breath you.
Oh god. There's no defense.
I really hope I make this save, because if I don't, then I'm down.
That's okay, buddy. Been there before.
Hate it.
There it is.
Oh, there we go. Do I need to save for this too?
Yes, you do. It's hitting all of you.
Sweet. I still do these at advantage because I'm raging. Suck it.
You save as well, so you take 13 damage. Sid,
Is it
you take
fire?
13
Is it
damage.
fire damage or is it?
It is fire damage. Yes,
Okay,
these
so I take
things
13
are
damage. I take full damage.
breathing fire on you.
You take 13 damage.
Mm-hmm.
I take 13 damage before I take 13 damage.
This, oh god, this guy. Oh, wrong one. Wow, he still saves. Oh, this guy's a beast. I can't believe he's still alive.
The guard?
Yeah, the guard is still fucking kicking. By the skin of his goddamn teeth, he is kicking. Just... He's just wincing and wheeling in pain. But this thing also expended its action. Orin, it is your turn.
Oh wow.
Wait, you raged, right? Shouldn't you
Yeah.
be taking half damage from this?
Not
like,
fire.
saves?
No. I take half physical damage, so I take half slashing, bludgeoning, or
Oh
piercing damage.
wow. Okay.
So I'm
Okay.
taking full damage for these things.
Oh, crazy.
Orin, though, seeing how hurt are Anvir and Sid?
Badly hurt.
Badly.
Orin feels the panic set in. His heart rate starts racing a little bit, and he's going to trigger his Giant's Might with his bonus action.
Okay.
Orin's square now becomes a 2x2 square instead of a 1x1 square.
Sid, Anvir, you both get pushed out of the way as Orin just becomes massive in front of both of you. Just you see his whole form hulk and swell in size.
I love it.
You feel like an exhale come through and just vibrate in your chest cavity. Yeah, Orin, what do you want to do here?
With his original rage before combat initiated, he manifested his claws. So what he's gonna do is try to grab the first doggo that tried to attack us, and he's gonna try and like grab its jaws and rip it in half. Just like fully seeing red, just tried to take it and rip it in two.
Okay, roll an attack roll for me.
Get it.
Is it an attack roll or an athletics check? Because technically I'm grappling.
You're trying to do damage, it's an attack.
No, I'm trying to kill him. There's a slight difference. But yeah, okay, fine. That's an attack roll. Did you say advantage, disadvantage, or?
You are actually bigger than these things now, so I guess it'd be, if you're grappling, it'd be with an advantage. If you're trying to grapple, yeah. If you're going for the grapple, to be an advantage.
I think it is your call as the DM. In my mind, it feels like a grapple check because I'm grabbing them to do something and not just swinging.
Well, it'd take 2 turns. You'd have to grab them and then try to kill them.
Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah.
I've used my bonus action to Giant's Might. I can. So then, yeah, then I'll make the. So the thing is, I feel like if it's an athletics check, if I roll high enough in Orin Brain, I could kill it in 1 turn. If it's an attack roll, I have to wait 2 turns and someone might die.
It's your call, man. What do you want to do?
I don't dislike that. I don't dislike that.
I don't dislike that.
Attack roll. Attack roll it is. Do I do the attack roll at advantage or no?
For what? Why would you get advantage on this?
Because you mentioned it a second ago. Because I'm so big.
These things are pretty big too.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. These things are bigger than
go through.
Yeah, they are
I
pretty
didn't
big.
see it.
I thought I clicked it. There we go.
That hits for sure. Yes.
Does it connect?
You definitely.
I rolled
yes.
for my tail, but that should have. It's the same bonus for my claws.
Okay.
So the claws do. I have to like finagle this because of how weird I've built the character. The claws would do a 1d8 plus 6, and it's a reckless attack. So will you let me roll with advantage?
Yeah. If you want to roll with advantage, yeah.
Sweet,
If you,
yeah.
you declared reckless, so yeah, go for it.
All right, I'll take
Okay.
the 24 then. So this is gonna be a 1d8 plus 6. I'm rolling for the bite because it's gonna be the same damage, but
Okay.
and that's 1 claw swipe.
Oh.
Okay.
I'm gonna take my second claw swipe as a reckless attack.
Hits.
Yes!
Oh my god.
Wait, hold on. No, I do more damage actually than those things. Because I am big. Give me 1 second. Sorry.
You're fine.
Your dice plate.
I think it's a 1d4, but it might be like a once per turn type thing. I have advantage on strength checks and strength saving throws. That doesn't help me. Once on each of your turns, one of your attacks with a weapon or an unarmed strike deals an extra 1d6. So I'm just gonna roll a d6.
Yeah.
Cool. Alright, don't fuck me, D&D Beyond.
The 1. Here it is.
It's
right
a
here.
2. It's a 2! I deal 2 more damage.
Hey,
For a
that
total
counts.
of 25.
That's a lot of fucking
Thank you.
damage.
25 damage total.
Pretty good.
Can I free action just like roar?
Yeah, you can free action roar.
Just to
This
everybody.
has definitely whatever was intimidating about these creatures has definitely been met in fine form by your side now. It does not look like these creatures have the upper hand, despite doing significant damage to your party. It still looks like there's still a fight to be had.
Can I, really quick, can I ask Anvir and Sid to do a perception check? As a player.
Player you.
So Anvir got a 12, it looks like, and Sid got
Oh,
a
that
16.
This gamer.
Let me... I get advantage on this, so we'll see if you guys notice. Nope. God, no. Nope, you don't... I mean, you notice the change in his size, and that's all you notice.
Yep. It's a big boy. Just a big boy. Next up in the turn order is Sidrin. Sidrin, what are you doing? What are you up to?
Sidrin is going to scoot back a little bit from this
Sees
action.
Orin and just says, fuck this, all the way.
Okay, and then I'm going to... I'm going to cast Healing Word as a level 2 spell. It's a bonus action on Orin. 13 now for Orin.
Word? Okay,
And I'm going to
cool.
cast it as my spell on Anvir. 15 health for Anvir.
I don't think you can cast 2 spells in one turn, my guy.
No,
It's a
I
cantrip.
can cast heal as a bonus action, and then I can cast it as my spell also. So I can cast 2 on one turn.
Is it a cantrip, or is it a spell?
It's just, well, because I'm an artificer, I can cast it because I'm, I can cast heal as a bonus action.
Well, I
I've been
think
doing
that's...
I've been doing this every session. Like, it's not a new thing.
But you've
But
not
it
done it
doesn't
twice
ex-
in one turn before.
Yeah,
Yes,
that's what
I
I'm
have.
saying.
Yes, I have. Multiple times. I've done it as a bonus action and then as my action. It just counts as a spell. I lose my spells twice as fast because of that.
Oh, okay.
I've done this before,
I'll
I don't
let
know why.
I'll let the DM...
So technically speaking, you're not supposed to be able to cast 2 spells in one in one turn, unless you're a sorcerer and you can quicken spell. Like that's one of the reasons why quicken spell is a thing for sorcerers.
No. But okay, I understand. I think that's what he's saying is because he can cast it as a bonus action, he can do both.
So I mean,
he doesn't need to quicken spell because it is already normally a bonus action for him. He's just doing 2 bonus actions instead of an action and a bonus action.
Okay, well, for now we'll let it work. I'll look into it because
I can't cast both level 2. I can cast a level 2 and a level 1. I can't cast a level 2. No, I'm sorry. I can only cast 1 heal, and then I can cast a cantrip if I use it as a heal. Oh, so I am wrong. Sorry.
No, you're fine.
That's okay. It's a good thing we have 2 DMs in the party.
Well, I'll heal Orin, and then I will frostbite.
I get the 15. Can I have the 15, or do I have to take the 13?
No, you can have the 15. Yeah. We'll give you that.
Good,
for all the effort.
I'm not bleeding out, but
use.
Jesus, if everything's gonna be aimed at me, this is gonna suck.
On the same one Orin attacked.
It may not be.
7 cold damage.
7 cold damage to 7 cold
Yeah.
damage?
There's a con save for 16.
Oh,
for half
con.
damage.
Oh, okay, con. Ooh. Oh, nat 20 on my con save.
Oh, 4 damage then.
Fuck yeah. I'll
Cold
take
damage. I wish you took extra from cold damage.
I don't know.
Don't.
All right. I think we might have missed Anvir's turn. Anvir, what are you up to?
Yeah. So, I was going
No,
to...
wait, hold on. No, you cast Cloud of Daggers with your turn.
I did.
We need to come back up to the doggos and the guard and everything.
Yeah, you did not move, right, Anvir? You didn't move?
No, I didn't move.
Okay, so all right, never mind. So we're fine. All right, we're good. All right, so if that's the case, then we go to the devil's turn.
The devil's turn.
I've never been more terrified and excited.
Yeah. If the doggos did what they
All right,
did.
it's going to attack you, Orin. A 21 to hit.
Yeah, it hits. Yeah.
It does 14 fire damage to you.
Okay.
Anything non-magical is caught ablaze. So whatever you
everything
have
but my
on,
hands.
so everything but your wraps just catches fire.
Okay.
As you are engulfed in flame.
Got a big naked Orin out
this
there.
devil points at you and just instantly a spark of just fire just consumes you. Just all over.
Can I do a Constitution saving throw just to see if Orin can I'm gonna take the damage either way, but just to see if he can muscle through it. For performance reasons, for narrative reasons.
Yeah, I would say. Oh, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't know if it'd be con. Yeah, let's do. What do you think, con or will?
I think it would be Constitution as a saving throw because
Yeah,
he's trying to resist the pain, not the damage,
Okay,
just
all
the
right,
pain.
All right, con then. Go for it.
16.
If
Yeah.
you were scared of fire, then it was
Yeah.
will saving.
Good-
All right,
good enough.
so he does this. He looks at Orin and instantly sets him ablaze, and Orin goes, "Gah!" and just shouts at everybody. He's clearly in pain, but is obviously very much still raging.
Very good. Just fucking echoes throughout, it bounces off the walls in this vicinity. Just you don't know if anybody else heard it or whatnot because you feel like you're almost in a different place because of just where this entity kind of erupted out of existence. But you still felt like you're you made your presence known, in this space now.
I took the damage, but I fought the pain, so
Next up in the it's the guard's turn. He's going to run up and slice this motherfucker.
Yes.
Man, if he kills this dog after it, I'm trying to rip it.
This guy is on death's fucking door, but he is inspired to all get out. So let's see. Oh my god.
He's gonna be. What's the guy? The cycle guy from One Punch Man.
Oh yeah, it's Carmen Ryder. That's his origin story.
Yes.
He rolled an 8 and a 5. Wait, what is this thing's AC? No, not even close.
Oh god.
This guy just fucking whiffs twice real hard against this hellhound. Just
It's okay. You died giving me advantage.
just swinging at it. No luck. Next is this dog's turn.
It's okay. You died giving me advantage.
This thing is going to try to bite Orin.
Shot 45.
It gets advantage because of pack tactics. It rolls a 12 to hit Orin.
Yeah, that misses.
Wow. So this thing just starts
Wit.
snapping at you. Give me 1 second. Let me roll a d6 right quick.
In my mind, I think it has more to do with Orin's size than him avoiding the attack. So I think he probably like clamps down on Orin's arm, which is the only thing not engulfed in flames, and Orin just doesn't really notice. Basically, his arm is like
just
shield
shrugs
at this
it
point.
off. Just like
Yeah, just bats him
Yeah.
away.
Anvir, it's your turn.
Okay. I'm going to use Dissonant Whispers on the most hurt dog. If I can tell visually which one is more hurt, I'm
The
going
only
to
one
choose
that
that.
That'll be the
attack so far.
one. Yeah, that'd be the red
Okay.
one right
Yeah.
there.
And I'm going to choose to say, bad dog. Bad dog. You've been a
Okay.
bad boy. I will get a bucket of water, so help me God.
You're not gonna say who
What
let the
is-
dogs out?
What is the dissonant? What's the save on that?
Dissonant Whispers is, let's see.
I feel like it's a wisdom save.
Make a wisdom saving throw. 16.
I fail.
Hey.
So, it looks like this. Casting it now. No! Wait, maybe. That's okay. That's a good 12 damage.
12 psychic damage.
Hey, just to confirm, the demon took the damage at the top of his turn and didn't move, right?
Oh. Ooh, that's a good point. It would have moved. It did not have to stand there. So it
I
would have moved out
thought
of it.
so. I just wanted to get out ahead of that now while I was thinking about it.
Yeah.
And
It
not
did
like,
take.
oh,
it,
yeah, he should have been taking 55 damage.
It did take its damage though.
Okay.
It did take that damage at the top of his turn. I already calculated it. It did kind of just move halfway out of its way. It doesn't really concern itself with its fight at the moment. Yeah, and it takes. Ooh, that dog's really hurting right now, and you can see it kind of like limping in front of this guard in front of like giant-sized Orin at the moment, but it is struggling.
Is there nothing else I can do past casting a spell? Or
If you have a bonus action to
Could
do
make a
something, you
ranged
can use your
attack.
bonus action.
Yeah. You can make a bonus. You can cast a cantrip. There's a distinction, by the way, between a cantrip and a spell. A cantrip is technically in your spell book, but it's not a spell because it doesn't scale with your levels. It scales with your spell levels. It scales with your character level. Your spells can be cast at first, second, third level. That doesn't count for cantrips. So if you have a cantrip that you can cast as a bonus action, you can do that.
actually, where are those?
Or you can bardic inspiration. You can lay on hands.
It's
you
very
can,
doubtful that you have one that does damage. That's a bonus action.
No, almost definitely not. No, you might have like guidance or something like that.
No,
but
I don't have anything like that.
bardic inspiration.
Do you want to
yeah,
stay where you are or
I-
move?
Well, I do have Bardic Inspiration as a bonus action. It doesn't do damage.
It's pretty
but
solid.
I want to use that on Orin for whatever. he
On
wants.
Orin. Okay, Orin, you have Bardic Inspiration. What do you say to Orin to give him Bardic Inspiration?
Okay, so I'm gonna say, you got it, big guy. You're not like those two over there. Those are bad boys. You're a good boy. You're the best boy. You're the best boy there ever was.
Yeah. Oh, and Orin
Boom.
says,
Orin is the
2d8.
best there is at what he does.
That's right, buddy.
ah! He starts beating his chest. Orin's fully
next
out of his mind.
Next up in the turn order, oh no, is AJ2. He is going to step past Orin's big meaty boy, and he's going to attack Envir.
I'm assuming he's still in my threatened area, right? I mean, I would assume.
He is still in
Yeah.
your threatened area, so you do not get an attack of opportunity. He's
Lame.
going to try to bite you. A 19 to hit.
Wait.
Hits.
Wait. Orin, against my better judgment, has a thing that he can do here. Brain, I know it's in here. Give me 1 second.
Oh yeah.
I'm looking at my reactions. I can, once per short rest, I'll link this so that no one's confused. When you or a creature you can see within 30 feet of you is hit by an attack roll, you can use your reaction to choose a different creature other than the attacker within 30 feet of you to become the target of the attack instead, using the same roll.
Oh my god.
So you're okay. Who's gonna take this attack? The
limping
guard?
pup.
Yeah, the other dog.
Yeah, I'm gonna send
You're
all the
going-
damage to the other puppy. Yeah.
Hold on. Let me read this.
Yes.
40 chest right there.
Put it right on the fucking.
Orin's been 4D chessing this whole thing, and it's remarkable that he survived this long.
So wait, so you take this creature's attack that was going to literally knock down and almost it was going to knock Envir unconscious, letting you know. It's gonna knock him unconscious.
Yeah, and Orin's
And
gonna
you're
just channel that damage over to the other puppy in front of him.
So you just fucking okay, let me tell you what happens. So Orin, you kind of see this dog like coming up and about to lurch, like you've seen animals lurch before, and for some reason you just kind of like sit back and go, and this dog bite, like you see its snout disappear into like kind of the ether, like it looks like leaves that it disappears into, and then you see its like snout appear behind this one and just fucking clasp it in the back, just like a full closure on it. It dies outright. It is immediately destroyed. It just wheels in pain, and falls to the ground. Where is
Can
it?
I,
There it is.
for as a player, can I ask for perception checks from Sid and Anvir again?
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah.
Perception checks from you two, really quick.
Oh boy. I have no idea what happened.
I know, that's...
Yeah.
Maybe
What
you
the
find
heck?
out. Anvir has
The-
no fucking clue what just happened.
Yep.
Sid, I'll humor myself. I'll roll to see if I get a nat 20.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, no, I roll at
Deception.
advantage on deception. I forget about that.
None of those are higher than me.
Sweet. Because you're behind Orin, you see a mark that looks kind of like a skull with roots growing out from underneath it and branches growing from above it, except the roots are wrapping all the way below Orin's like thighs, and the branches are wrapping over his shoulders into his arms. And it's
You're
not
not
something
thinking
you've
you might get a
noticed about him
skeleton
before.
gardener.
It's almost like a tattoo that you never saw was there, but because his fur has been like pricked up
the way that like a cat or a dog or any sort of animal that's been backed into a corner, because it's been like furled up like that, you can kind of see this like tracing of like the skull with all of these appendages growing out of it.
Interesting.
And you smell the heavy
And
scent of
You
wildflowers.
smell wildflowers. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
The delicious smell of battle.
That's
Basically.
interesting that happened.
Next up in the turn. Wow, I can't believe that. That was its turn, and it fucking died. Orin, it's your turn.
Nice.
Orin, I'm trying to figure out, like, he's like kind of bloodlusting at this point, so he's gonna rage again, and mechanically the tail would make the most sense, but that's not what he's gonna do. Orin is gonna manifest his fangs, but not use them. So he's gonna, you see his teeth kind of like elongate, his canines get very long, he begins foaming and like drooling at the mouth. And then he attacks with his claws anyway. So he's gonna attack the dog that's next to him.
Okay.
I don't think I need to reckless because I should already have advantage because Anvir's right there.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yes or no, DM. I'm deferring to you.
Trying to figure out whether you just get advantage because somebody's beside it. You don't have pack tactic. That's not a fucking talent you have.
Yeah.
So
Oh, that's true.
yeah.
The canines do there.
And you know what?
Yeah.
Orin wouldn't be that high concept this far into his rage. He'd probably just be like, every attack's gonna be a reckless
Yeah,
attack. Fuck
so
it, let's
it's-
go.
Yeah.
Or
All right.
So if you can reckless if you want to, but I'm not going to give you advantage just because you're attacking something. So
He's gonna reckless attack. It's gonna happen.
okay, all right. 18, a 21, both hit.
Cool.
That's your first attack, regardless.
One. I'm rolling the bite damage again because it's the only dice that makes sense for this because of how
Okay.
weird he is. He deals. Well, let me roll that d6 before I forget. For a giant smite.
Yep.
That's an extra 4. So 11. And I can only do that once per turn, so that's just the extra d6 and it's done. He's gonna follow
Okay.
up with another overhead and try and like bury this thing with
Okay.
another attack.
That's a miss. That's a hit.
Cool. I'll for consistency's sake, we're gonna do the same thing. That's just the
Oh, wow.
13. I only get to do the d6 once per turn, so it's just that.
It winces and wheels in pain as it kind of like collapses under the weight of your massive fists as it slams down into you. Regardless, it's still keeping true to its original target. Even though it got redirected somehow, it doesn't understand how it didn't connect with Anvir. It's gonna keep snapping at you.
Orin, can I get bonus action for like just a few words?
Yeah, go for it.
Orin's just gonna look at the devil and say, "What do you want?" And that's it.
Okay.
Yes.
Sid, it is your turn.
Oh man.
Who looks more hurt, Orin or Anvir?
That's hard to say. They
Me.
both
Anvir
look
hasn't taken any damage.
significantly.
Well-
Anvir's taken a significant amount of damage.
I'm
Really?
less
Yeah,
than
we
half
all
health.
got fire.
Oh, I
breath
thought I had
earlier.
managed to mitigate all your damage.
I mean,
Sorry.
I've saved successfully on everything, but it's because of the type
Oh,
of
yeah,
damage
that's
it
right.
is. I took half damage anyway. Anyway, continue.
Give it to Anvir. That's that metagaming. That's my idea.
Yeah, Anvir is looking. Like
Orin
he's-
doesn't
yeah,
appear to be
okay.
hurt. Like
Sid's gonna recognize that Orin did something to save Anvir, so he's gonna heal Anvir.
Okay.
That makes sense.
Spells.
it's like the Edgar Allan Poe.
16 health.
The bells.
You get 16 health back, Anvir, as you
And then-
feel arcane. What kind of energy? How are
Yeah.
you healing
Well,
him?
what do I smell
what kind
while
of
he gets
magic?
healed?
Oh, it's healing words, so I have to be like, Anvir, you have the strength to fight through this, my friend.
You feel those words sit and stir and stew in your ears as you gain 16 health.
Anvir gains some stability in his stance, and he's ready to go. He's in a
Sid,
good
you have a
spot.
bonus action.
That's my bonus action. So now I'm gonna cast a cantrip as my
Oh.
action,
Okay.
Hey, there we go.
which is frostbite, which is 9 damage, but it's a 16 con save.
To who?
The dog. I think the other
Okay.
guy might be too far away. It's only 60 feet.
I fail. 9 damage.
Oh, 9 damage.
Fuck, that's hot.
Actually, it's cold. It's a cold 9 damage.
It's cold 9
pretty
damage.
cold.
It
It's pretty
hurts.
cold.
It hurts nonetheless.
Ice cold.
Next is the devil's turn. It's like
If I have to do this myself.
charges
Okay, cool.
charges forward. And
He's a Gundam.
King Kong versus Godzilla. Let's do this.
That's it. I'm visualizing.
Bring it.
a 22 to hit for 4 piercing damage.
To hit Orin?
Yeah.
All right, it hits. It does 2 damage.
And a tail hit for 11 piercing damage.
It hits and does 6 damage.
Yep.
Orin now looks like he's hurt. He can no longer mask the pain at this point.
Either one of those potions was something useful. Unless you want to fly. But it's only 10 feet, so.
Yeah, Orin flies 10 feet up in the air and then just suplexes this guy.
It just starts kicking people.
The King Kong suplex.
Next up in
was
the
seismic
turn
toss.
order is the guard. The guard is going to circle around Orin.
Still here.
And he's going to attack this dog.
Yes, get him. Get that
Hold on,
dog.
let me attack him twice here, right quick.
Do you have anything that can like coerce him into like? Because I want to.
He hits both. Wow.
Is this a demon or is it
Okay.
It's a devil. I want to
wasn't
figure out who
expecting that.
sent him, and I want to know if you have anything that can coerce him into telling us. Because I might be able to grapple him into submission.
Let me see.
He does 8 damage to this hellhound. Ah! Ah! It's still standing, but he fucking just like slashed across it twice, just like ah, ah! He's just like screaming at the top of his lungs. This dog looks real hurt, but it is still standing. This barbed devil is doing just fine. Next up is dead. Anvir, it's your turn. This dog is
Okay.
in front of you,
So
trying to bite you. You saw its jaw disappear into the ether there for a second as it almost cleaved you to death.
get
Like
ready.
literally, it was going to destroy you, and
Um,
you got saved somehow miraculously.
Perfect. Can I move the cloud of daggers?
You may, yes, that is one of the things you can do with it, right?
Right.
Can you? I think it normally. Can you move it with a bonus action? Is that how it
Yes,
works?
you can move it with your bonus action.
Okay.
So with my bonus action, I'm gonna move it to directly in front of where Orin is standing, where the
How
devil
many
is.
feet can you move it? How many feet can you move it?
Let's find out.
Normally 30 normally.
Cloud of
Is
daggers.
it 30 or 15?
Choose within range. The range of the spell is 60 feet, but
Can you link the spell in chat?
yeah. Display.
Phil spinning. Creature takes 4d4 slashing damage. Jesus. Yeah, there's nothing in the text about moving it, unfortunately. So I don't think you can do that.
Do I just recast it then?
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
It's up to you.
Although it should be 64 because he's casting at 3rd level.
Yes. 64. The first Cloud of Daggers was at 2nd level. Or was it at 2nd level? I don't remember. Let me go back. Hold on. I don't remember. Okay.
It would have been 64 if it was at 3rd level.
Yeah.
You cast
44.
it at 2nd level originally.
Yeah.
If
That's
you scroll
44.
up in the damage in the chat, it was at 2nd level.
So Cloud of Daggers at and I've already filled it in too. Cloud of Daggers at 3rd level. I want to recast and put it on right on the demon, the lizard man. And
Okay.
can I ask you something about the dogs are devils, right? Does that mean what language do they speak?
Well, they're fiends.
They're
I
fiends.
you
I
would
just
need
know
to
that. I mean, I don't know if
roll
Sid knows
some
that, but
check to know that or not. You wouldn't just intrinsically know that.
Okay, so even without knowing it, could I use comprehend languages?
So you know they would speak Infernal, at least Infernal.
Yeah.
Well,
And
I mean, you might not know that, especially in this day and age. You don't really meet these kind of entities ever.
yeah,
This
probably
is
wouldn't-
definitely a one-off occasion. Like, this is fucking some of the most surreal shit that has ever happened to Zerash.
in my
For
experience,
sure.
just apart from this meta, dogs don't normally talk, and comprehend languages doesn't give you the ability to talk. So
that's true.
Yeah.
Can I hold on? So the Cloud of Daggers thing, I was going to move it, but since I can't move it as a bonus action, what I want to do is use Gust of Wind directly in front of Anvir. So I can link it here.
Do I need to make a dex saving throw or something?
Probably.
Yeah, it's
60 feet long, 10 feet wide, in the direction you choose.
Strength saving throw would be pushed 15 feet away from you. So
Even if I'm in
what-
there, I'm pretty sure I can succeed because I have advantage on those and plus like 9 right now.
Yeah, I'd say anything in front of you. So the dog, the Orin, the dead dog, and the guy in front would all make strength saving throws.
Yep.
I don't know what the save is though. See?
Hold on, does it say?
Well, that's probably gonna save regardless.
16.
Okay. That's not gonna save. So the barbed devil gets flown. I think that's so that's 5, 10.
Yeah, I'm good.
15. Right there. Oh, right there.
Okay.
Flown back. Orin is fine. The dog is fine. It does not get flown back.
Fuck.
Next up is
Hold
the
on,
dog.
But
It's-
there's damage, right? Is there damage?
No.
there is no damage.
Okay.
It is going to attack you, Anvir.
Great.
Hold on. Let me check to see if it gets its breath weapon back.
After blowing this lizard away, does it incur an opportunity attack? I'm curious. No.
No, it's only.
No. They have to willingly move out of my threatened area.
Gotcha.
Alrighty. I'm going to bite you. Fuck. There's an 11 hit.
It does not.
Fuck. I could have done 18 damage to you, but you're
Oh
fine.
god. Put me down.
Just it snaps at you, and it does not connect. Next up in the turn order, Orin, it's your turn.
Orin, who is like fully on one, is going to use his final rage.
For-
Your eyes flash
for
red.
Perspective.
You're
They flash
stuck in a-
green, actually. And normally they would flash red. This time they flash green. And for scope, so that everyone's on the same page, Orin is now 16 feet tall, with arms that are 10 feet long, fangs, and a tail that wasn't there before, and claws. Orin fully looks like a monster, like some sort of weird aberration that came out of nowhere. But somehow not without his senses. Because he's already deterred one attack from Anvir, and I've seen Anvir go down in a fight before. Oh man, wait, hold on. Why did I get even bigger?
Because I made you bigger.
Okay. We'll circle back to that. Orin is going to use a... Hold on, no. There's a smart way to do this. And Orin is not stupid. Orin is gonna go... I can't see the squares, so bear with me for 1 second. Orin's gonna go, yeah, here. Basically between the dog and the devil. And he's gonna use one claw attack to try and swipe at the dog. Reckless attacking all the way.
Okay.
So dirty 20.
That hits for sure.
We're gonna do the bite attack here, just because it's easier for me to roll. Let me roll that d6. Unless, does the dog die?
It's probably gonna flat out die depending on your damage. Oh, with 8 piercing, yeah, it dies for sure. Yeah,
Okay,
it's
cool.
for sure dead. It just immediately just gets eviscerated and thrown into the wall. Just blood just shatters, just slatters against the wall and bakes into it because it's so hot. Just sizzles off of it.
Orin roars once again, and overhand with his other claw attack is gonna aim for the devil, which is 10 feet away, so I can still reach. That's the thing I was trying to figure out.
Killer.
Does a 24
24
hit?
hits.
Cool.
Yep.
That's a 14 plus this d6 he's about to get.
Fucked.
So he takes 18 damage.
18 damage. All right. Cool. All right. It looks around and kind of observes like its dead compatriots. It's now Sid's turn. Sid, what do you do?
All right. Sid's gonna come a little bit closer up here, and he's gonna give a nice pep talk to Orin and just be like,
Jesus, man, you're huge and beautiful, and you're just devastating.
he's gonna heal him for 13 health.
Holy shit.
And then I think I'm close enough to frostbite this lizard too.
Do it.
12 damage, but it's a 16 con save.
When Orin receives the heal, his eyes that were like almost like iridescent glowing green kind of like come into focus a little bit, and they like dry up. They were watery before, and now they just kind of like dry up, and they look like normal green eyes.
Hey. I see yourself now. Not looking too bad. This devil is starting to worry about itself. It's starting to look around. Next up. Oh, see, that was your bonus action and your action, right? Oh, it's this devil's turn. Okay.
Yeah.
The devil.
He went down to Georgia, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I think so.
You
yeah.
have nowhere to run.
Except Florida. It's the only way. It's the only way. It's the only way left. That's Georgia. Oh, yeah, sorry.
It is going to look at you, look at the thing that just healed you,
And run.
going to take a step sideways. It's going to throw flame at
Just start doing
Sidrin.
sleight of hand checks every time I heal people.
I'm going to throw flame at Sidrin. 18 hit.
An 18?
Yeah. You take 12 points of fire damage.
I am down.
Sidrin goes down.
Wait.
I wish I would have had that bardic inspiration.
Oh, shit.
No, never mind.
Oh, no,
I
no,
don't,
that would
I don't have a reaction to do anything for that. Not
And
anymore.
from there, it takes its other 25 feet of movement. 5, 10.
To provoke an attack of opportunity?
Sure,
Oh yeah, you know I'm gonna swing.
go for it. You can take an opportunity.
Can Sid make me fly?
This is technically still a reckless attack, so it's a 23.
No, well, we do have a flying potion. We haven't drank
Okay.
it yet.
Hits.
And I am going to try to hit him with that tail, actually. That makes the most sense mechanically to me. And it's still the same turn order, so that it's just the 12. I can't add a d6 to that.
Okay. Alright, he takes the damage.
Goodbye.
Takes his leave. The guard. Guard's like, oh shit! And he runs over to Sidrin
Oh.
and tries to make a medicine check.
Yeah. Better save me.
Unfortunately, he does not. Make. He is struggling with the bleeding. He's put out the flames, but doesn't
Vidalkin
look like
anatomy.
he's doing too well with the saves. Anvir, it's your turn. We're still in turn order. What are you doing? The devil is running.
Yep. My what would we say his range is right now?
He should be 35 to 40 feet away from you. I
You
think.
can measure it. He's 65 feet away.
60 or 65?
He's 60.
Okay. So he would be in range of a 60-foot spell then.
Correct.
Okay. So I'm going to move my 30 at this. Hold on.
Be careful, because you can't move through my space, and my character's token is huge right now.
There's no point then. So what I'll do instead is Dissonant Whispers at the 3rd level.
Do you have another third level
You
spell
have two
slot?
third-level spell slots? Oh, that makes sense.
I have 2.
Okay.
So that's my second.
Okay.
Dissonant Whispers at the
What is that?
third-
As wisdom saving throw?
Wisdom save. 16 wisdom save, if I
16
remember right.
wisdom? Yeah. So does
I roll a natural 1 on my wisdom saving throw.
I see. So I'm going to cast that. It's gonna
Okay.
look a lot
What's the
like
damage?
this. 22 damage. So
Oh my god.
I'm basically going to ward him off, saying, I don't know who sent you, but clearly you made a mistake. So if you survive this, go tell whoever sent you to fuck off. And if you don't, then It was nice knowing you.
Roll an intimidation check for me
Okay.
as well.
Intimidation check.
You shouldn't be bad at
22
these, really.
as well. I get a +6 on intimidation. 'Cause of
Damn. You see this figure, honestly fleeing in terror. It looks like it is not having a good day. Orin, it is your turn.
Good. I am going to pursue this thing. So you hear Orin. Hold on, wait.
I love it.
That's like 20 feet of movement, so there. And that's just
Orin.
to make sure that my math is right. Yeah.
I
Wait,
want you. Wait, Sid is down, right?
He's unconscious.
Yeah, but it hasn't been my turn again yet.
Yeah,
Oh, that's right.
you can save.
Orin and Anvir, make a perception check for me.
Great.
I don't know why mine didn't show up right away, but it's a 17.
There you go.
Anvir, you notice that whatever fog was encompassing you is starting to fade. And the people and the dissidents of the city who were here previously are here again, and you see Orin charging the square, chasing down something translucent in green. But Orin is in his full strength and size, chasing this thing down. And you begin to notice that the people in this square are noticing Orin.
Oh god. Okay.
And you begin to hear, faint at first, but screams come from the square.
Oh good.
Also, you know it's me, but they're seeing like this giant monster with like 10-foot long arms and a 15-foot long tail and fangs, and it's standing 16 feet tall. And
Yeah.
yeah.
All right, Orin, go ahead. Do what you're gonna do.
Cool. How injured did the devil look?
It looks real hurt. It looks
All right.
hurt compared to where it was.
Oh god.
I'm going to swing with a claw attack. Reckless. There we go.
That's a
14
miss.
Interesting.
Miss.
I'm gonna try that again with my second attack.
That's a hit.
Sweet.
Yeah, that hits.
I'm gonna roll this because it's easier.
Or you can add a D8 to your attack still. You never used the Bardic Inspiration you had. Right? You still have that.
A D8. Oh, to roll to hit. Well, I mean, like it's. I don't know. I'll hold on to that for now. And hopefully it pays off. But I will roll my Giant Smite damage on top of this
Okay.
attack.
Yeah.
Great, for a +1, so it takes 12 damage.
It hurts. Yep.
It's still standing?
Yes, it is.
Sweet, I'm gonna action surge.
Oh, I forgot you're a fighter.
Hell yeah, I am. And Orin is fully seeing red. He's gonna
And
swing
everyone
2
in
more
the square
times.
is 2.
Oh god.
That's a hit.
Sweet.
Ugh.
Takes 11 more
Yeah,
damage.
it hits. It hits. Ugh, it's still up.
Oh, I rolled 2 12s in a row? Man,
That
it's a good thing I
misses.
have this D8 Bardic Inspiration still.
Oh, it hits. What's the damage?
I rolled a 6, so it's an 18 total, so that hits. So he's gonna take an extra 7 damage.
He's still up. Oh my
What?
god.
Man, that's really all I can do. Even like I don't have rending strike or anything that I can use to make that any higher.
This just cleaves. Orin just pounces on this guy. Full form. Just. You just hear the blood like curdling in the back of Orin's throat as this massive creature, just hulking mass, pounces on whatever this foreign like alien like creature is. And Sid, make a death saving throw for me.
Can the denizens see the
Wait,
devil?
28 plus, hold on, 20 plus 6, 24.
That's a
That's-
fail. You have one death saving
35.
throw.
I did 35 damage in one turn and it didn't die?
It did not die.
Holy shit.
This guard is going to make a medicine check on you, Sid.
Don't you fucking dare me!
He does not
Hey!
succeed. He does not succeed. It has
Damn
to be
it.
15 with his medicine check for him to stabilize you. Anvir, it's your turn. This
Can I
devil
use-
is still. Oh wait, I'm sorry.
You skipped the
This
devil, I think.
it's the devil's turn. Yeah.
Oh.
The devil. What's the plan here?
Fucking move, I dare you.
Oh shit.
He turns around to you, Orin,
And he says bye and vanishes.
and he says, in Goblinoid, with his finger pointed at Sid, he goes, I bet I can kill your friend before you kill me. Let's talk.
Orin responds in Goblin. I like my chances.
He smiles at you. Make an insight check.
Great, I'm good at these. Oh, that's not terrible.
You know he's ready to fucking pull the trigger to shoot another fireball at the defenseless Sidron to kill him before you strike him down.
Sid has failed one saving throw, right?
If he gets hit, it's a guarantee.
So he'll have failed two.
How confident is Orin in that?
I mean, Orin's seeing red. He just wants to kill this thing, and he doesn't really understand any of that other stuff. And he knows Anvir and the guard are behind him. Having a 16-foot tall oaf going
All
over
right.
there is not going to help them.
Anvir, it's your turn. What do you do?
Gotcha. Can I use lay on hands on Sid?
Yeah, you have to. I think you have to be in melee range, right?
Yeah, it's touch, so you have to move up there.
So I'm gonna move.
step
Was
over
it
here,
10
baby.
feet? Yeah. Is it 10 feet?
No, it's touch to use it, so you have
No,
to
I
be
mean
right
my
next to him.
range. Like Sid is 10 feet away from Anvir right now. right?
Roughly, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know why, but my arrow keys are moving my cursor right now. That's weird. Okay. But yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. Can I move you?
Click your
Wait.
gun and slide him up there.
Why are you drawing on the map?
That's a good question.
There you go.
This is the path I'm taking.
Did you draw something on the map?
You just drew a green line.
By accident, I'm sorry. Anyway, that's what Anvir does. He goes over to Sid, and then he uses lay on hands for the full five health.
Okay. Right before you get there.
Oh.
Because my guy held his action.
Oh.
He's going to throw a flame at you. He's going to do 10 fire damage to you, Anvir.
Oh shit. Okay. Taking a 10 fire.
As he sees you trying to heal his bait.
Gotcha.
And desperate cling to life. And yeah, you can heal him. Go ahead. What's your heal? What's your how many are you pumping in?
5.
Sid. You come back to life. Feeling a bit gassed, but definitely
What does divine magic smell like?
what do you think it smells like
Pastries.
to Sid? You tell me what it smells like to
Pastries.
Sid. That's your
Gingerbread
character.
cookies.
Sweets.
Rice Krispies.
Smells like grape juice, like communion.
Okay, there you go. It smells like a bit
It smells like
That's
acetate.
ripe
It smells
grapes.
like
Smells like
yeah.
Orin.
It smells like fermentation.
Orin, you see this devil smiling and grinning in your face as it shoots fire underneath your arm towards Anvir, and it catches Anvir ablaze, and the light of it behind you lights up its face as it just gleams and a toothy grin like Cheshire Cat grins at you. There's barbs all over it.
Orin only gets angrier, like trying to drill holes in this man by looking and maintaining eye contact with him.
Just smiles.
Is it Orin's
Awesome.
turn? Or
It is.
oh wow, okay, sweet. Then he is going to beg and pray. No, I'm kidding. He's gonna fucking wail on this guy. We're gonna roll to attack, reckless attacks.
That hits. You end it. I don't think you can roll low enough. Go ahead. How do you want to
I
do
don't care. Orin is gonna beat this man bloody. So that's 8 damage.
Just
And
Hulk
he's gonna go
smashing.
again and just like fully meat grinder all the way.
Just fucking like aping it. Just throwing it into the stonework and then picking back up and then throwing it back down into the ground. You hear shrieks of terror and horror coming from the square as you oh my god, as reality has seeped back into the world. And there are people terrified of what they're fucking watching, which is just this thing just like ragdolling this hump of meat in this town square out of nowhere. Yeah, we're out of combat,
Cards are being
but
flipped
there's
over.
still a fuck ton of shit going on, guys. What do you do?
We're out of combat, right?
You are out of combat. This thing is fucking dead.
Orin is going to go back to the guard and Anvir, and the guard has
This
seen
guard
Orin
is
do
full
this,
sprinting the other way. It is
Really?
full
Man, what a
on.
dickhead. All right.
He's running.
Then he's gonna go back to Anvir and Sid and say, "We need some kind of cover."
Okay,
Hang
I
on.
cast invisibility on Orin.
Orin just
I was gonna
And
say,
Anvir's out of
I
existence.
bonus action release all
can
that
I
stuff.
opportunity
Walk around the
attack
corner
guard
and then
and
go back to
grapple him?
normal.
Your clothes are ruined. They're shattered. They're like you are full naked, regardless of how like invisible you are. You know that none of your clothes, none of it is worth anything anymore.
I'm
tell
gonna
him,
come around the doctor and I'm gonna tap Sid on the shoulder and I'm gonna say, "Is there a doctor? Is there a doctor?" And I'm gonna look at Anvir and I'm trying to communicate with my eyes. This is a con now.
I'm a doctor. I'm a
Oh,
doctor.
thank God! I need your help. I've just been attacked.
Okay.
By this giant monster, please.
how can I help?
Orin's gonna lay on the ground, and you're gonna defibrillate Orin for no reason.
I think we're going to have to. We're going to end it there, guys, because where we just ended combat. We'll pick it back up next time because we're pushing time here.
Yeah,
that was
yeah.
fun as fuck. That was a good time.
Yeah,
that was fun.
intense.
I enjoyed that.
I, as a player, I didn't know that
Sid was gonna survive, but I know what Orin would have done in that situation. So like, it would have torn me up if you did die, but I'm glad you
Yeah,
didn't.
you made the right decision.
Oh no, dude, I was ready. I was ready with the lay on hands. I was just like, whatever, it's fine.
Yeah, well, now that I know he can like heal me without having to roll, like I was like, that's why I didn't say anything. I was like, nah, your thing.
Yeah, and on top of that,
Amber's got this as long as he doesn't get killed before he gets
yeah,
to me.
right after getting healed for 17 health, yeah.
Man, in my stupidity, I assumed that I'd just be able to go back to the guard and be like, you know who we are. I literally saved your life.
I was
but
gonna
nope,
trap
the guy
this guard.
pussed out and just decided to run away.
I was gonna trap him. I was gonna see if I could opportunity attack the guard. Grapple him.
Guys, so much shit just happened.
Yeah.
That was crazy.
I love
say
how
we
Cody
knock
was
the
just
guard
like,
out
"Oh, I
and we
cast
all
invisibility
disguise
on Orin."
ourselves because we can all do that because you have that potion.
Oh yeah. Yeah, we could. We could also use the corpse.
Are we in the post show now? Or are we hanging out for the post show?
I think this is the post show now.
Yeah, this is the post show, yeah.
Alright, let me pee and drink and I'll be right back.
Yeah.
All right.
But
Let
yeah,
me drink
since I
my
rolled
pee
a
and then we'll do
Yeah.
since I rolled a potion for one of those things, we can all just disguise ourselves and get out of there. We need to.
I didn't know that was an option, which is why I decided, and this is actually spurred by an innocuous comment that you made at the beginning of this session, that I was like, man, that would be a really good con. It's almost like Get Help, but it's a little bit different in the way that like it grabs everyone's attention, but also it diverts attention away from what you want them, or what you don't want them to see. So like Orin coming around from the corner and just like acting disheveled and he is like, he's bloodied, and just being like, "Oh, I've just been attacked. Is there no doctor anywhere? Is there a doctor?"
It'll become our running gag.
That's the origin story now for that whole con. Alistair's gonna be very confused, but that's fine.
Oh yeah, we can't tell about it. We just have to use it.
Yeah.
Is there a doctor here?
And I like that Anvir immediately picked it up. He was just like, "I'm a doctor," and it's like, clearly you're not. But okay, sure, yeah, we're gonna roll with this now. Really,
Any
we
answer
just need to
works.
pass the performance to make everyone not pay attention to us.
He just prepared for any outcome because if no one is a doctor, then he'll say, "Good," and he'll put on a rubber glove.
Yeah, Sid's like, "Is there a policeman around? Anybody, please, a guard? No?
No one can help this
Good."
I mean, I don't know. What do you guys think? What do you think about today's session? Did you expect it?
I had a blast.
Yo,
I didn't think it was gonna
the
be
progress.
as high stakes as it was.
The amount of progress that was made. Just like doing stuff, getting stuff done. Not even stuff that was like main canon stuff, but just like
Oh, you think this ain't canon?
no, I'm just saying like
This is the beginning of something.
yeah.
The devil doesn't come a knocking for no
This
reason.
is something that we're gonna have to tell Alistair about.
Sid needs a shield. I'm proficient in shields. I don't know why I don't have one.
Oh my
Or
god.
needs a buckler.
Poor Sid, I almost killed you. I'm sorry.
I know. I get.
I
get
mean,
knocked
I
down
almost
almost
killed
every
you,
session.
Sid.
It's the life of a healer.
You can't be healing everybody and my enemies not see you doing that and be like, well, that
I
guy
kind of
needs
hoped that
to
Orin's
die.
size would like block me, but I figured I was fine.
It did kind of help. Like, I
Sometimes
saved,
you get knocked unconscious.
Anvir.
It's just the life of a healer. You just have to stay near someone else. So
Yeah, are they
Guys-
not behind complete cover if they're behind me and I'm 16 feet tall and like 10 feet wide?
No, that's
Yeah,
not.
I know. I'm being optimistic.
it could be partial cover, but he's attacking with a spell. So
Oh my gosh. I don't know. I'm excited to see where you guys take this because, again, there's more things going on now than you've involved yourself with. So
Yeah, we're gonna end up going and telling Alistair all about this, and he's gonna be telling us about his endeavors with
Zoltar.
Zoltar!
Zoltar.
Zorthal!
Zorthal.
Yeah, but he's
Zorthal.
But he's Dietrich, right? For that.
Yeah.
That's right. That's right.
Oh, Zach, I tried to message you about this before, but Orin has never technically used Giant's Might before. And it's why I messaged you about the second skin dark gift thing. I think the Giant's Might, I'd like for that to be the milestone where he becomes less goblinoid and more fey. So when he returns to his normal form, having things like small nubs for horns, or like hooves for feet, and like cleft knees and things like that.
Okay. Yeah, we can start transforming Orin for sure.
You guys have noticed it's not in Sid's nature. Like self-preservation is not in Sid's nature.
Oh, Orin's either, or Anvir's. Only
You
Alistair,
guys are
actually.
a very selfless squad, which is quite weird because of how self-interested your interests are.
Yeah, Anvir, I guess, like, started
We all
out
have
pretty
alter egos when it comes to
selfish.
combat.
Yeah, I don't know, like, Anvir's whole paladin thing came about as his, kind of like the embodiment of the more positive side of him spiritually, kind of like on his alignment.
I feel like you're going from chaotic neutral, like an actual chaotic neutral character, into being chaotic good. Like, actually fully chaotic.
I think it's lawful good, is it not? He's like following in the footsteps of his brethren.
I
Not
love
exactly.
that.
You can't be lawful and be in our group, to be fully honest. Like, I think he's he's either neutral good or chaotic good. But I mean, it's your character. You would know better than we do.
No, I think you put it very well, but lawful good, maybe.
If I'm the doctor,
Kid.
and Alistair
I'm the
is the
doctor.
surgeon, then Orin is the butcher.
Where's the butcher? Yeah.
Yeah, actually.
And Anvir's the lawyer.
In my head canon,
Envir is the avatar.
he's the absolute center between all of the other characters.
No, I'm saying, like, I thought we were making a business here because I'm gonna be the lawyer that basically protects you guys when you butcher and fuck everything up. Because
Yeah, you can't prove that was Orin.
Envir is
First of all,
he's a failed lawyer.
you tell
but
me that
yes,
the assailant
he's-
was 16 feet
he's the
tall.
avatar.
Clearly, my defendant here is only 7.5 feet tall.
That's
I
right.
mean, okay.
It could be any one of the many bugbear in the city, remember?
Yeah, there's only so few creatures that can rend things with thunder.
Yeah.
We've got shots here. if
Yeah,
anyone wants to
Orin,
join us
this
for
was
these,
a
by the way.
this session in particular kind of focused in on you a little bit. What do you think about that?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, cheers.
Yeah, cheers. First, cheers, and then yes. I'm
I
happy
tried to
talk
start a rumor that there were lots of bugbear that looked similar. So that way, Orin can move around easier.
We'll take root. We'll take root.
Give it time. Fetch will happen.
I'm excited that Orin's like subplot has so much to hook in the other players, rather than just like things that just kind of get peppered in and like stuff that I have to like seek out and find and just be like, oh, maybe this is where the next plot hook is. Like I kind of like that it happens, or it feels organic. I don't know what your process is like as a DM, but I enjoy that we can kind of just
I'm
be going
excited for
about
the
doing our own
campaign
things, and
retro
it's just
where I
like,
tell you all the
Orin
things I
moment
did.
now.
That's gonna be fun.
And it wasn't even fully my moment, right? It didn't, in a good way. Like, it didn't feel like it was just something made for me. Like, the whole group went through something for that. It was,
Oh yeah.
everyone
Yeah,
involved.
that
Sid
Barb
nearly
devil
died
was
again.
fully-
Anvir saved your life again. Orin
starting his
showed you
magical
guys a
smell
side of
thesis.
himself that no one has seen before. And the only time Orin has seen himself that over the edge is in his dreams.
Yeah. I would say there's a significant portion of this campaign that I don't think you guys are fully aware of yet that you've tapped into, but it's starting to come to bear against the campaign. And
But is it
it's
coming to
interesting the
bugbear?
connections you've made thus far because they might either benefit you or not help you, depending on how you decide to proceed. So, I don't know.
Start to put things together about what's happening.
I've
or what
enjoyed
is
it so
like what
far.
happened with Orin because of these smells.
I think that's a big, actually, it's a big
Those smells,
takeaway
yeah.
from this session in particular that I really enjoyed. The idea that like the nature of different kinds of magic can be identifiable, and that we have like the litmus test character who can just like literally go, oh, hold on,
Smell is also a sense that you
oh yeah,
can't
that's divine magic. Like
smell is something that, like, yeah, you could. Other types of magic you could feel in other ways, like hot and cold, like hot or cold magic. You could feel that way, but like smell is interesting because there's so much more than just temperature. It's just like you have to describe it, and you can describe it with like paragraphs, just with
Yeah, exactly. And
I don't even
love
necessarily
that.
think of
Love
it as
that.
smell. Like he says it is smell,
exactly.
but it's just like he's like
that's the thing. Like,
picking up
like
on it.
I
It's
want.
nice.
It's hard for me to describe to you guys because I'm using senses that we're acutely aware of. But like again, every magic has a different kind of feel and presence about it. Like infernal magic feels deeply disturbing and dark. However, it does have a construction to it where it's very methodical, thought out, and well planned. Whereas demonic magic is just like fucking like absolutely insane, chaotic. And whereas like you'd be
Necromancy
pulling
smells like
from
gasoline.
yeah, and so you guys have just barely brushed your teeth
Necromancy
with some undead magic coming from a vampire. So again, but it's lawful evil. So a lot of like he's deeply evil. So there's a lot of things congregating around him like a black hole. However, they all are subservient to his will and his ambition, and so like there's a lot of different kinds of magic at play in this world. And not only that, you guys picked a specific period in time where not a lot of people know anything about magic. Magic is just magic. Like it's just budding the fact that these things are pervasive and they're all over the place, and there's not a lot of there is not just this material plane that we have to worry about, but there is very much so like a grand scheme of things that we have to be conscious of while we are developing our new nations and our new empires. And yeah, that's where you guys are at the moment in
like the
Zerash,
internet.
just trying to squeak out your living.
I like that mechanically and like somewhat naturally, all of us arrived at different ways that we appreciate magic, and none of them are like fully arcane in their nature. Like none of them are like an alchemist. Well, except for Sid, maybe. None of them are like a really empirical understanding of how magic works and what magic is. Like Orin, all of the magical effects that he undergoes, they're all based on like his emotional state, which is why out of game, it's why it's so tightly wound with the Feywild. Whereas like for Anvir, your magic seems to be more like go with the flow, which is like a very bard kind of like, yeah, I can just
That's
like
how he kind of like
I
melted
can
into the paladin.
if
world.
I do certain things a certain way, sometimes I get certain results that no one can explain. And then you have Sid, who's like on the other side of the spectrum, who's just like very analytical and like intellectual about
He's
like
the
the
observer.
application of magic and like really pulling the right threads at the right time to get the effects that he wants.
Yeah.
And then you have Alistair, who's just like, you know, I'll do whatever I need to do, and I'll use whatever means I have at my disposal for my.
Yeah,
he doesn't need
magic
to
is just another
understand
tool
what the magic
to
and stuff that
accomplish
he
his
has. Yeah, we don't really have like a full-blown wizard or like someone who's like very academic about their magic. Besides Sid, and like Sid's approach is like very clinical.
Yeah.
It's very sterile when he's just like,
hey, it's less about like manipulating the laws of the world around us and more about like if you have the right balance of these certain things,
You can
this
see
is
it
what happens.
It's
like-
discovered, not taught.
Yeah,
kind of going
exactly.
going back to like the scene of like walking aboard the ship that we are like traveling on, and you see Jews cleaning the deck. That's how practiced Sid is. It's just like, yeah, you you walk into this guy, you want to get an idea of how clinical and how clean and how precise and how wise this man is. And it's just like earlier when we found that secret lab that was all dusty and everything, and then Sid's kind
we
of
use a
introduction.
strong word there.
Sid, or
When me found that lab,
You
it was
found
me and Sid. It was me and Sid.
yeah.
It was Oren
So,
and Sid.
Sid, what better way to introduce Sid as a character to the right people than to find him like happening upon this area that's all dusty and dirty and everything, and then him just like effortlessly cleaning it with Jeeves, who just does that and is just with him all the time.
I love the idea that Sid, like, that we walked in there and that this actually, I think, happened. That we walked in there and Zach was like, "Oh, it smells terrible. No one has been in here for ages. It's covered in dust and cobwebs." And Sid just going, "Oh,
Juice, just clean this whole place, please.
and like literally removing all the cobwebs and the dust
Yeah,
and everything
it's
so that
just
it looks
another-
pristine but untouched."
Yeah, it's just it's just practice. It's just like that's just Sid.
I love. No, I absolutely love all of my characters in this campaign in particular, just because I feel like the characterization that you guys have done has been great. I like that Cody really embraced Jubes. Like, I didn't know whether that'd be a character that he cared about. Like, we have a character that's very similar in style and shape in the other campaign, which
Now
is,
we all
I guess,
care about
Fluffy.
Shoes.
Fluffy is
Oh, the-
also another kind of
The
elemental.
fire elemental thing.
Yeah.
Oh,
like
do you
a
guys
spark in a jar.
like a wildfire druid in your other campaign?
Well, Fluffy is like a fire elemental. This is like a spark elemental.
Yeah, it's a little tiny ember.
Yeah, it's just an ember, and it can only exist on its one little piece of coal. And it's
And,
been
Oh god. No.
and Reed's character can talk to it, apparently.
because Reed speaks elemental. He speaks Ignan and Terran and all of the elemental languages.
Yeah.
So he can
Oh,
talk to
that's
them.
appropriate. Yeah, that makes sense.
Why? Wait,
Doesn't
I
have
thought
a
Reed
lot to
played
say.
a paladin in your other campaign.
He's
No, he's
very-
a sorcerer.
yeah, he's a sorcerer. He's like an elemental
Okay.
sorcerer.
Got it.
So which has been useful for this particular campaign because there's been a lot of elementals so far.
My character's like Cyclops from the X-Men in the other campaign.
Glass
I have to
cannon.
be worried about positioning and shit. with that.
Completely
I just,
worthless.
I just push
Out-
things out
outside
of
of the one
so I
thing.
just push things back.
Propelling glass is a fucking bane of my existence at the moment.
Is
I
it
have to be
gust of wind?
cognizant of all the things I'm doing.
It's basically your gust with damage,
Oh, gotcha.
Right, yeah.
and it's a cantrip. So
Oh my God.
Yeah, but guys, what did you expect out of today's session without Reed being here? And what was it a surprise to get what you got?
I was
and,
expecting kind of
did
a
you
side
expect
quest.
something different.
But like a side quest and kind of like with that's kind of semi-productive to the main what's going on like in the main thing with everybody being involved. However, what I experienced was not exactly that. It was more like something really, really cool and really serious and central to the main campaign that was just experienced by 3 of the 4 members of the right people. And
Which almost makes it like more important.
yeah,
Because that happened. It's something that
now we
the
have
3
to
of us
like
will
talk
share
about it and
that
exchange
Alistair
stories.
was no part of whatsoever.
Yeah. So now this is an opportunity for us to set up, like 2 weeks from now, an RP where we discuss as a group like our experiences as Anvir, Sid, Oren, what happened tonight.
Yeah, do you guys know why the devil was there?
No, but I can.
Oh,
Let me
I
just say
have no
this. Let me just say
idea.
this. Hang on. So
It's something to do with Oren. Like,
Yeah.
player
that's what I think
brain.
too.
Like, I know it's something to do with Orin, but
Yeah.
I don't know what specifically.
I think
Orin
Sid thinks
just-
it has something to do with Orin too.
Yeah, Anvir as well. It's just like Orin just at the time I don't think had the presence of mind to like actually take the devil up on his offer. Just kind of-
Oh, to save Sid?
yeah, because I noticed some things. I don't know what was going on there, but it's the guy took like a total of close to 40 damage before 35 damage, while like before he took this damage, he was like I thought he was close to dying.
Did y'all like the way that I held on to the Bardic Inspiration and the Action Surge until like the last
Yeah.
possible second?
Yeah, I like when you mentioned Bardic Inspiration, I just thought like, oh wait, that's right.
I was like, yeah, no,
I was
know.
like, is this fight too strong for them? I was like, nah, this fight's fine.
yeah, we figured it out.
I was like, this
Like,
fight's fine.
We have
And those fire
have
breaths at
ways.
the beginning were rough though.
Oh, the fire at the beginning. Oh my god.
You're
And
lucky
I know
they
you
didn't
get- you
recharge.
get those
I
back
rolled
in, like, 5
recharges. I
turns.
rolled recharges twice. They failed each time. If they would have recharged, you guys would have been fucked.
Gone.
Well, they would have been fucked, but so that was like a big thing too. Is
That's why I
It's-
moved. It's
it's-
not a big range on it.
it seems
50
like,
feet.
and I hope you don't use this against us, but like it seems like the AOE saving throw mechanic is our glaring weak point, because Orin can keep himself standing, and Sid and Anvir can keep others standing a little bit,
or
somewhat.
at bay. Or at bay.
Right, but like we can't do all of those things all at the same time all the time. So like we managed to luck out, I feel like this time, because Orin was the front line. And we definitely demonstrated that Orin is the tank of the party.
Oh yeah.
Like, 100%
and then
for
Anvir's
sure.
one of the crowd control.
We're lucky that they wanted Orin and that they didn't show up like Anvir
They came for
Holleran.
Orin.
Oh god.
came
You.
I mean, you guys were in the way. You guys were definitely in the way, but their goal was Orin. So,
Yeah.
I mean, but you saw what they sent, right? They sent fucking they fucking sent a squad.
Yeah.
like they sent,
Worthy
they
of
sent,
Orin.
like legitimate.
Worthy of taking down Orin.
Now
Could
Sid
have.
has to work on his AC.
What? That was the saving throws that fucked us up, man. You don't have to worry about your AC.
No. No.
It was-
Oh no,
it was-
yeah I do. If I'm gonna heal.
What?
I was actually gonna mention this earlier, because before the fight happened, like right after the initiative rolls, when we just took our short breaks or whatever, and Cody mentioned that Sid has no offensive capabilities, really, other than just like the bare minimum. I was thinking, just like a few minutes ago in the off time, like Anvir has been trying to up his dexterity and strength and everything through combat, hand-to-hand combat with Orin, because Anvir has incredible like acrobatics. Like he's got a +8 on acrobatics, so like he could use that as like to justify being able to spar and go toe-to-toe with Orin. So then I thought, in addition to that, we have like 3. So free for all, 3 sparring to kind of up the hand-to-hand or more practical combat capabilities, whether they be physical or magical or otherwise, of the 3.
Be Yumi and Alistair though, right? You're not talking about Yumi and Sid.
Yeah, but you're not gonna be able to train to up any of your ability scores like that.
No?
No.
Can't do that?
It's gonna be hard to do.
Oh, did
I would
we level
say
up after
mostly
the session
because
since
it'd
we
be
killed a
just
devil
kind of a
and 2 dogs?
mechanical advantage. Like what I would say is, if you wanted to achieve a specific goal over a certain amount of time, you need to let me know what that goal is, and then I'd be like, okay, if it's a standard
Right,
stat,
so that would be
if
the
it's
goal.
a standard stat bonus, it'd be a certain amount of time, a certain amount of days, and a certain amount of hours. But
And I think for you, that's important just to justify the transition into Paladin, because you're going to pick up some things that like don't make sense if you don't have the training or the strength to justify
and
it.
also like being a paladin means talking to a deity or talking to specifically you. Like you don't have to speak to a deity per se, but you do need to commune with whatever is giving you your divine abilities. And so that is, and I'm happy to figure that out with you, because actually at the current moment, I don't know what the oath of the open sea would be. No, it makes 100% sense to me in terms of where we are in the world, where it makes sense in the world in terms of like piousness and religious fidelity. But like, I'm trying to think of like what you would ask when whether it would be dawn or dusk, like those kinds of questions I haven't answered yet. So I'm happy to figure those out with you. Like, which one would you prefer? And things like that.
Yeah. So the goals, yeah. I mean, it's just kind of down the line, but like as a paladin, I just kind of see Anvir using or utilizing melee more, unless there's I doubt it, but unless there's
I'm so excited for Anvir to hit your level 3, because I feel like we're going to become the front line.
Yes.
And that's going to be really fun, since our whole history is just like sparring constantly.
Yeah, sparring all the time.
Don Luke, if you're gonna be a paladin, you want to use
your cat's on your counter.
You need whatever. You need a two-handed weapon.
It's
to like take full advantage of like paladin abilities. I feel like if you want to do damage.
I like a two-handed greatsword named Wave Splitter.
Yeah, so you know what's crazy is I was thinking of specifically if
Cloud Splitter.
Cody and Zach, I don't know.
No, a sword named the C-section.
Yeah, C-section.
It's Cloudbreaker, but it's also called C-section for short.
C-section.
Every weapon in my campaign has two names.
What's the movement speed on that cat? Holy shit!
The names you call them.
It's funny. Oh my god. So, you know what's funny is like I was thinking of like Anvir needs to up his strength because he needs a two-hander. It's specifically the two-hander I was thinking about. You guys mentioned a sword. I was thinking about my favorite two-handed sword other than Cloud Stripe's. I forget what it's called, but his sword.
Buster Blade.
But other than that, Buster Sword. Other than that, it's if you played World of Warcraft, it's the Alliance two-handed sword that it was like the first PvP two-handed sword you could get.
The Lieutenant General's Claymore.
Yeah, it's like a huge fucking like claymore. And I was thinking that for
Anvir. Arc for Anvir.
Yeah,
I mean, yeah, I am down for whatever you guys want to do with your characters. I know I'm talking with Oren right now in like whispers about like what to do with his character in terms of like aesthetics. And
if you want to take a bigger weapon, I had played a character before that was a fighter that like he eventually used a great axe that was like 12 feet long or something.
Yeah, and again, remember guys, this is like, while I take this world very seriously, you're fucking in a magic world. So like, yeah, we can do some fucking Final Fantasy bullshit where you hold like a 15-foot long sword. Like, we're good with that.
What is your sword called?
We're good there. Like, you're capable. Depending on
at sea, and it does siege damage.
That would be sick.
He had a great axe, and then he had another great axe on his back that was almost as long.
Yeah, a great axe wielding a great axe. Yeah.
What is your strength? How much strengths do you have?
All the strengths, every single one.
How much strength does Anvir have right now?
So that's what I'm saying. Like, no,
not
like, or like that's no. I was asking you, Oren, though. Like, I'm curious for you in particular. Like, I feel like this episode in particular was an episode attacking.
Oh yeah.
Like, there was a lot of lot of things coming towards Oren's door here.
I mean,
and I want to know like what your thought process was behind each. Like, there was at least two different instances.
As a character, Oren doesn't feel attacked because he's stupid. Well, he's not stupid, but I just like he rolls poorly on insight consistently. So he can never really suss out this stuff unless he has the time to sit down and really like think everything through, which is also not something Oren does ever. He has like an average intelligence, but it's just not. He's very much a soldier. Like it's not in him to question everything going on. He's just like whatever my gut instinct is what I'm gonna go with, and his gut instinct is like terrible. But it's a great weakness to really lean on sometimes. So I mean I didn't feel like I was being attacked, if that makes sense. Like they did feel like challenges designed with Orin in mind. But they felt surmountable from a player standpoint, but challenging from Orin's standpoint, which is like everything you want. With the potential to grow too. Like there are some seeds where I was like when you gave me the opportunity to finally use Giant Smite, and it made sense, and I could talk through why it made sense for Orin to suddenly use this ability that he's never talked about. He doesn't even know that he can do this. He doesn't know how it works. But because all of his transformations are tied to like his emotional state, it made a lot of sense that like his safety net being Alistair not being there, and like his whole party being in danger, and him being on the front line, that's the moment that he would rise to the occasion.
Honestly
basically.
speaking, that fight was a knife's edge. If I would have gotten a single fire breath back, or if you didn't use Cloud Rune when I would have connected with Anvir, you guys would have been in trouble. Because
I didn't know that. I didn't know that he was that far. Because honestly, like I was forgetting that they were all taking the AOE damage from the fire breath. So I was just like, oh, here's a thing I forgot I could do. I might as well do it now because I think Anvir has less health than the rest of us.
he had, I think, if he was tracking health correctly, he had 18 health, and I was doing 21 damage total.
Jesus Christ! I should have directed that to the devil.
So
actually.
you redirected it to the other dog, which the fire damage he was immune to, but the bite damage he was not. So, but still though, you legitimately saved Anvir from damage, and again, it was also in a way that was unfamiliar, like magically speaking. Like it was like his jaw disappeared here and appeared over here and bit into it, like bit into the other dog, like through some kind of like kind of portal thing.
I think because Orin's magical effects are tied to his emotional state, I believe in Orin's headcanon, the way it works when he like triggers the Cloud Rune, right? When his mark lights up and grows over his back, it has more to do with like how badly he doesn't want to see his friends hurt, and that's why it works. So like it's not something he can, like he couldn't watch someone throw an axe at a target and just be like, oh yeah, I'm gonna redirect that damage over here. It has to be something where the stakes are high enough that he's like,
Yeah. The adrenaline, chemically
this.
it's adrenaline based, yeah. Yeah, it's all reaction based.
So a lot of things really fell into place at like the right time,
Makes sense.
in the right way.
Yeah.
For the right people.
Yeah.
Exit stage right.
No, but I would I'm having a great time with this campaign, even still. Like, Alistair wasn't here, but I feel like we got a lot done. Even still,
Yeah.
like, I feel like, in particular, this was significant because he was not here. Like, it was a scenario where this could have happened with or without, and without even made it even more significant. Like, it just made it that more solidifying. Like, holy shit.
It was good. It was good to do stuff with just us because normally we focus so much around him because he's like the driving character and he's the leader. But like now we know that we can stand up on our own,
Right.
like without him and all his
Oh, yeah.
massive damage. I mean, if he'd have been there,
He probably would have made a
does fall
beeline
down
for the
easily.
devil, and the devil would have like rolled over, and then we would have been like, cool, now we're fighting two dogs.
Yeah. But yeah, that was actually a really interesting use of everybody's abilities, I think.
And also, if that would have happened, if Alistair were here, I don't think Orin would have used Giant Smite. he wouldn't have felt that panic with Alistair there.
So when I say everybody, I mean.
I think if Alistair would have been there, there'd have been more than 2 dogs.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It's a good way of
Alistair
looking
might
at
have
it.
killed like 1 in a whole turn.
Yeah. You had
Use my I get my sneak attack on that, so it's an extra 24 damage.
Yeah.
There'd have been like 5 dogs. Alistair was there. And he killed 3 first turn.
Somebody would have fucking died because Alistair.
That fight was like, honestly speaking, guys, I did not build that fight in a fair way. I built that fight because of reasons.
It felt challenging.
Specifically because Alistair was not there. And I don't know whether that makes sense to you or not, but it is a hint that I'm giving you.
Oh.
If we were all standing in a big group, it'd have been a lot easier.
Okay.
Well, we were standing all in a big group, and then we all took fire damage.
Well,
Yeah. Well, that
A
con
lot-
was really
a
small.
lot of
so
fire
if we'd have been
damage,
like
many
a little more
times.
spread out.
yeah.
Would have been fine.
And thanks to Orin, we were more spread out.
Next time, Orin will use Giant Smite, and I'll put you on my shoulders, and that way you'll be more than 15 feet off the ground, so you won't be hit by a 15-foot cone.
Bet.
No, but your feet are still getting caught in the embers.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Orin's got 62 health. He'll be alright. I've got 62 health and second wind, and a healer on one shoulder, and
Sid always
half a
improves
healer
himself,
on the other.
So next combat, he's gonna have a fireproof shield. Don't even worry about it.
Yeah, just a ring of fire resistance.
Yeah, how
You're
is
riding
Sid
on my
feeling?
shoulders.
How is Sid feeling?
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like I'm the most. As a DM, I'm the most. I know the least about Sid.
Sid is starting to put together that if he heals things, other things notice that and they
I
don't
loved
like
your
it.
comment in the chat. Sid's school for wayward boys.
Oh yeah,
It's
well,
like,
Zach was like, you can
what's
have
the
some
next
followers.
destination? Because there's a character in Anvir's backstory who is a Simic hybrid who is like that. He's basically Professor X, but a Simic hybrid. It's funny.
You got 2 cameras, because I need to grab your cable
Oh.
really quick before I
Okay.
forget.
Yeah. I'm gonna put my mind to the grindstone and figure out some.
I don't know. I just worry about I'm just hoping Sid has he's getting his objectives taken care of. Like,
Oh yeah.
I feel like I know where the Halaron Empire is. I know where Anvir is and where he sits in that, and I know exactly what's happening in the mechanizations in that empire right now. I also know where Orin is and where he is in his journey, and I know where Alistair is in his journey as well, because
See,
you're
the
not
thing is-
wrong. Like, a lot of the decisions that have been made in the campaign, like, he has made, so it's been in direct response to what he's chosen. So I'm curious as to what Sid is like wanting up to, because he's the one that's made the least amount of decisions in the campaign.
I think Sid's gonna start trying to figure out how to make more things destructive to combat. Because I haven't really started infusing things yet with spells, which I can do.
Yeah, you
That
get at least
sounds-
like 2 or 3 per day, right?
I think it's like, I'll tell you. I think it's like 3 or 4.
Yeah, infusions are insane. Especially you're like level
Oh,
6. You've been
I get
all
5
out.
magical tinkerings, and I get 3 infusions right now.
Yes, which infusions are pretty dope. Like, honestly, like there are some really ridiculous ones, including some dumb ones too. But
I could make 5 like magical tinkered items that like do stuff and just cause lots of commotion.
Exactly.
I can infuse 3 things with my spells.
Yeah.
Oh, with one of my artificer infusions. So yeah. Neither one of my potions were good for combat today.
Oh,
So-
Orin, I have a question for you. Am I being too dark for you?
Hey, Anvir thanks you, Sid. For healing you
Because
for 17
I set you up with some really curious scenarios.
Does anyone else have a drink, or just me and John Luke?
I do. I think I have alcohol in front of me.
Alcohol.
I do.
Raise him if you got him. Cheers, guys.
I think we were looking at.
Well, I was gonna say, Sid, what do you make of the markings that you noticed on Oren's back?
Well, I think that you might know that Skeleton Gardener now, and you're not telling me something. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know. I hear you talk
Oren
about
knows what it is, but he doesn't really. He hasn't noticed the way that it wraps around his body the way you saw.
Oh,
I would
is
say
it small?
Sid, if you're still in chat or if you're still in our old point, you can make an Arcana check on that if you want to.
You want me to make a check?
No, this would be whether Sid notices your tattoo. One.
He did. This was the second time that I asked if he and Anvir could make a check.
18.
Okay. Yeah, you notice this to be some of the. These are some of the druidistic kind of animalistic carvings of the tribes out in the. I wasn't expecting you guys to be doing shit. It's important. The Tedashan, the province of the Elfin Empire. This is one of the tribes out there. This is clearly marked with Fey magic. You are aware that Fey beings and Fey deities have a lot of presence out in the Tedashan, specifically with goblinoid creatures, mostly because they're very impressionable. They take to religions and deities quite quickly, which is useful for beings of Fey ancestry because they require power quite quickly, and they're also kind of wishy-washy. So whenever they want followers, they want them quickly that are also impressionable, and so they take to these tribes quite well. One of these tribes might be the one that Oren belonged to, and you recognize that in his tattoo.
That sounds like a very goblin-like thing. Like, basically say what people want, like, everybody gets free ice cream and join my tribe.
Yeah, goblins are very much like quick return. Like, if a tribe were presented with not even necessarily a deity, but maybe even just an adventurer that showed up. Like, if Sid walked into a regular goblin tribe, like an outer tribe, or a feral tribe, and he was like, I can heal all of your wounds. If you would just give me some
18,
coin, they'd be like, oh, this is a god.
Yeah.
With an 18, you know goblins are not the most benevolent of sorts. They typically are quite impressionable by the worst kinds of Fey. Sometimes hags.
Goblins are Fey, or goblins are chaotic and Fey are chaotic, and that's where the overlap is. We don't subvert the law, but we also don't respect the law at all. Which is why Oren sometimes is like, we could just take the gold. Why do we need to wager? Why do we need to place bets? Why do we...
It's there.
We could just take it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I can carry it. We can take it.
There is no clever scheme to get... There's no long con. It's just...
No, it's there. We take it.
Grab it.
Manifest destiny.
And
It's also
again,
kind of
I want you, and I love that. Like Nico is playing that way. I need you guys to know that there are so many different kinds of mindsets in this fucking world. Like not everything is reasonable. Like in terms of human aspects, like you're never going to be able to reason with some things. Like it's just not going to be able to happen. And there's also like things that are very reasonable or very impressionable, or some things that are very chaotic and very impressionable. Like it really depends on where you are and what you're dealing with. And so whenever I say Fey, I need you to understand that Fey is fucking insane.
Oh yeah,
Like,
yeah. Oh, without a doubt.
Insane. Like, I
The-
need you to
It's my
understand that
backup
Faye is
character is
fucking
a fairy so far
crazy.
still.
Okay? So, it's one of the reasons that Orange is going through some fucking traumatic shit. It's not because it's meant to be traumatic, it's just because it's Faye.
That's how they do
It's
shit.
just
Yeah.
fucking, it's intense.
Yeah.
Always intense. And so, that's just how it is. So, yeah.
Interesting.
I have
Including
a weird...
the battles and everything.
Well, it depends on where you are and who you're dealing with and what you're
Yeah.
doing.
That's
If
kind of
you're-
like.
If you're fighting in like I forget where the plane of law or an order is, it would be like everything would be like remote.
Mechanus?
Yeah, Mechanus, I think. Which I don't even know how to comprehend a plane like that. It blows my mind. It's too much.
So there's a diplomat in Anvir's world who's a Fae, and she is like super Entrati. Yeah, she's super connected, and that like the roles and everything that I listed for her require that she knows certain languages and cultures and that she's diplomats on all of these fronts with all of these different people, and it's funny. It's just like that's kind of like how that is. If you want somebody to intimidate, or if you want someone to make peace or send a message somehow that just kind of like bypasses everything else, Fey magic is how you do it. And that's kind of like where I put Entrati. She's just like leagues beyond, like when it comes to talent and capability and competency, she's leagues beyond everyone else.
Fey magic is quite useful in the world of Ted. Like honestly speaking, it's quite powerful. You guys haven't ran into a lot of Fey magic because you're in Zerash. You've been dealing a lot with infernal magic because of the contracts you guys signed.
Yes.
It's most of all that's been in infernal.
This may plant a seed in your mind, which is fine, but I like the idea that because Entrati is a Fae or an Archfey, that she may be in the HME for her own entertainment. Not even for a specific end goal, but just to pass the time.
Yeah, it's just like...
Do I have access to this resource? I don't know if I read anything.
Oh yeah, it's here. It's in here. Entrati is...
But beyond that, Fae and the Fae and Devils have a significant role to play in the right. And
the HME has
in this
Fae
particular
and,
time,
they had one Fae and one Giant, correct?
Yeah, they actually... Batlin the Tiny...
And Orin is almost both of those things.
Batlin the Tiny is a 68-foot tall giant. He's part of the council as well.
That's significant.
And is also... Actually, there's also... what's his name? The Iron Guy... Artificer... Jaeger. Yeah. Your
Mount Jaeger guy.
Yeah, the Warforged. He's friends with Entrati, but Warforged don't exist right now. So technically, Mount Jaeger he has yet to be born, but he's part of that council. And him and I need to really get back on that. Fuck.
Right now he's Mount Maybe.
Mount
Jaeger would have to exist in 120-ish years.
Yeah. Okay.
He would be, as far as D&D 5e is concerned, he would be what's considered a Warforged Colossus. Yeah. It's a thing.
That makes sense.
Look it up.
Yeah, I've been doing some reading on the Warforged as well, and it's absolutely fascinating. It's kind of what inspired my design for the ship for the Foxhounds.
Did you want to share that really quick? Can you share screen and show everyone?
Yeah, so it's just it's just a profile view of it, and it's in the chat, I think, in the general chat. But I was just messing around on my notepad, and kind of figured, design-wise,
Share screen.
is it... Oh, wait, can I? How do I do that?
Bottom left, next to the green button that says video, there's a gray button that says screen.
Oh, look at that. Wow. Okay,
Oh, wow.
so it's this.
There we go. I gotta watch stream.
I clicked on it.
So this is for the...
It's showing up eventually. It'll be there, hopefully.
Has it?
You're seeing what I'm seeing, dude.
A lot of boxes. Let's stream.
What?
He dropped.
You guys...
Do it again, but without showing your camera. Just your screen.
Is it the ship that you showed in general?
Yeah.
So is that thing that rotates out the bottom also the thing that rotates out the top? So that's the
Yes.
thing that deploys the sail?
Yeah.
Yeah, so the sail and the keel come out at the same time. And when they fold down, so that the entire hull is just straight, that is your travel mode, or your ramming mode. So basically, you have a mechanism there in the center, and that
Without
is...
the keel, do you, from a cursory understanding of well, more than cursory understanding of physics, the ship should have wings to keep it from flipping. It should have like lateral wings on top of having a keel, because otherwise, when it's folded away, it would just barrel roll.
No, so I see what you're saying. Most of the time, that's offset by just the width of the hull, just the breadth of it, and that is not
Big
really.
boy.
It's a so the here, what keeps you when you're going in a straight line, what keeps you from really like tipping over or capsizing, is the keel. The tip comes out of the bottom of the hull. And the keel is just what stabilizes you, and as you're moving, you are actually stabilized even more because of the just the water just kind of like keeping, the faster you go, the more stable the keel will keep you. And just kind of like depending on how that's designed. So I actually had the taper going. I have a background in boat building. That's kind of like why I'm describing it the way that I am, but so it's the mast at the top and the keel fold in and out
I have
at the
a
same
counter
time.
proposal for you.
Yes.
So anyone watching, by the way, who doesn't isn't super familiar with like boat building and nautical physics and stuff like that, the reason you have the keel, the piece that goes down into the water, is so that the ship, with the force of the wind, doesn't just blow over and capsize. The keel is there to provide a counterweight and some inertia so that the ship can stay upright and capture the wind and move. So, my proposal is that the two things don't, the sail and the keel don't fold this way, but that it's actually a, not a lattice, but a helix, where the two are wound this way and fold out like an X into wings instead of folding flat laterally. It'll be better, I think, space-wise. You could create, the sails could create these nice, elegant wings, and those wings would be so wide that it's like a pontoon boat. There's no way that it would swing one way or the other. It would never capsize. It should never capsize.
So I was thinking, for the foxhounds,
Like I said, it should never. But yeah, it's one of those things where, like, if you have a large enough predator under the ocean, and like a kraken would look up at that and be like, "That's a megalodon. I can eat that guy," and just whoosh.
I was thinking
nom 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 nom.
It was for the foxhounds, but I had initially
I gotta
designed
go,
it
guys.
that way.
Fun times.
Oh,
Bye, my guy.
Cody,
take care, man. I'll see you.
Cheers later.
bye.
Peace.
Good night.
But I was thinking, just for feel bad that we didn't mention Sid more. But
What?
Oh, fine.
He straight up kept us alive the entire time.
yeah, he did. That's
It
true.
kept you guys alive for sure, and honestly, there's a lot of that was a razor's edge fight.
It was, yeah.
Honestly speaking, there was a lot of if I would have connected in one spot or another, people would have went down in a bad way, like
Yeah.
bad way. So
Yeah.
That's what backup characters are for. I think it's funny to me. I have 3 characters that I would replace Orin with in this campaign specifically. And I'm trying
You're gonna be
so
Zoltar?
hard to keep Orin alive. Zorthal? No, I think I'd leave that to... I think John Luke would be a good Zorthal, actually.
Yeah.
Ah! Oh, could you do that RP, though?
Oh yeah. I could be
Zorthal.
wacky and crazy.
a little bit of magic.
I'm Zorthal. I have many wares.
My 3, I have there's a fairy ranger, a variant human monk, and a Duergar or dwarf fighter.
No fairies.
No, not even one that's like trying to like escape the Feywild and like it's in the backstory. It's in the backstory.
Whose backstory?
It's his name is Olivieri, but yeah, we'll figure that out if and when Orin dies. Orin is not unkillable, but damn is he hard to kill. Like the whole trope of like barbarians just being like, hey, fucking throw whatever you got, send it my way. Like it's really coming full circle with Orin, especially now that we have like a healer and a half in the party. And that's one of the greatest things about this session, honestly, was just that, like, we really got to see, 1, how far Orin can go. And 2, like, cementing him as the tank of the party.
Yeah.
So, Orin is obviously the tank. Alistair is definitely the DPS. Anvir is, like, Anvir can swing one way or the other, and Sid is the support.
Anvir to me is like, for example, tonight's fight, keeping the enemy at bay, keeping distance using Gust of Wind, and also using precise attacks like Dissonant Whispers, to hit single targets with massive damage. Well, massive for Anvir anyway. And then, like, of course, moving down the line, because he needs to have something for melee combat, that would explain him moving into using a two-hander, the Wave Splitter Keel Breaker, and as a
Gotta
paladin.
find you that weapon apparently, or make it for you. I think Sid could make it for you.
I love the idea of
it's
the
just
Keel
like
Breaker.
it's an idea, so like it's like the dream weapon for that character. So like Anvir, I've got a character art for him, just like a face, and then like the hilt of a weapon that he would be having, and he's got stuff and like features, like he's got an earring and whatever. It's just like how I would picture him. Any two-handed sword would work to start with.
No, we're gonna take your characters where we want. I think we all want to go. Like, I think this. I mean, one of the reasons why I was like, oh, Reed's not gonna be here. That's fine. I feel like that's gonna be a good session, is because I feel like there's plenty to explore with Anvir and.
I feel like, oh, that's me getting disconnected from Discord.
I can do like Anvir's story, like the Holorons. Like the Holorons are very prolific in their endeavors, so it's very easy to get you involved there. And with Orin as well, like Orin, your story is very related to the plot of the right people more than you know. because of your Fey ancestry, and the rest of the story is just kind of. I think Sid is more along for the ride, but that being still, he has a greater understanding of the mechanizations than any of the integral players do. So he can kind of watch this chess game unfold as a third party in the most omniscient way, which is really kind of a boon.
Yeah, in some ways he knows more about what's really going on than the rest of us for like what's going on internally with the rest of our characters, right? Externally, like what's happening geopolitically and like all of the different threads that we're pulling on. Alistair and Anvir, I think, and Sid actually also probably know more about all of that stuff. Sid, though, when he sees the kind of magic that all of us have access to, he's really beginning to, I think, put these puzzle pieces together of like, oh man, holy crap, this is like this is a melting pot, but it's also kind of like a nuclear reactor. Like, so many things could go wrong. But I think because he's such a he's so into like learning about everything, which he plays very well as a player in character. I think he lends that kind of like nubile sort of like chaotic, just like willingness to learn and just being like, yeah, it's like it's crazy, but like it's exciting.
Yes.
Yeah, I think he does play his like quite like I think he does play that role quite well, where he doesn't really feel the need to initiate anything. He's very much observant.
Yeah.
He's like, hey, why don't you come over here so I can see what's gonna happen.
He doesn't want to meddle. He just like wants to see how everything else falls into place.
I don't know if that's self-preservation or not. I don't know if it's like
no, I don't think it is at all. I think he would willingly
meddle because like if he does start to meddle, he can't stop meddling. You know what I'm saying? Like he'll go over the deep end.
I think for that might be it too, but I think for Sid it's that he's worried that if he meddles, the results will be inconclusive. That he would be like, oh shoot, I don't know now if like I think he's so scientific about so many things that like if he had healed me too much, and I think because he did heal me, in the back of his mind Sid is going like, how strong is Orin? Like I know he's strong, but like I healed him, but I don't know that I needed to.
He didn't see you fall. He didn't see you 100% because he didn't see you go from full to empty.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
so he doesn't know, and I think in the back of his mind it's gonna bug him, like not knowing where those limits are, especially because Orin is this like really far out, not at all remotely understood, like magical creature, pretty much. And I think Sid knows that now. I don't know though if he has it in him to like see how far that will go. If he's gonna be like, for science, I want to see what happens if you go down.
He's gonna seek jubes on you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like if Sid really wanted to, he could engineer a plan to basically put you under. Orin
Easily.
under.
I mean, like I've been voluntarily, like participating.
He's been
in these
volunteering
experiments
for
giving him my blood.
pretty
for
much.
Sid's
Yeah.
for Sid's drinks for like
basically like
the last month and a half. So
like the mountain from Game of
3
Thrones.
or 4 weeks now.
So like
no,
maybe
it's quite curious, but no, I'm happy that you guys got some character development regardless. Like I feel like you can always accomplish that. Like this campaign is very easily doable regardless if somebody's absent or not. So
I mean, I will say I was pleasantly surprised at how much growth and like narratively how much ground we got to cover for our characters individually during this session.
Yeah. Compared to the last few sessions, like last session was great, don't get me wrong, but like before that, it just seemed comparatively slower, and I don't blame you at all, Zach. I think it was just like the way things were playing out at the time. But now, like last session, this session, by comparison, the
You guys are
pace-
higher level now. You're
Yeah.
the
Yeah,
fires
level
you
6
guys
is
have
definitely
to,
a big milestone.
Yeah.
yeah. The fires you guys light are burn hotter. So
And I think it like plays a big part in like kind of building, because I think we all have ideas of where we want to be at level 7 and 8, which is kind of good because that's what you want, right? Like you want to build goals for where you want to be at the next level, right?
At Orin's next level, should I pick up, because he's going to pick up level 4 in either Fighter or Barbarian, should I pick up Sentinel or Tough?
remind me, tough. I know Sentinel, but what's
Tough, you get an extra 2 HP for each level you have. So Orin would be level 7, so he'd get an extra 14
So
health.
you get 14 extra HP. Ooh. But that's always active, right? So you always get a bonus 2 no matter what level you go to.
Right. So he'd go from having, I think right now I have 63. If I were to maximize this, if I was picking up Tough, I'd pick up 4th in Barbarian, so that I got a D12 health die. So I would actually be going up from 63 up to like
Let's you roll a 1.
85, I think.
I want to watch this roll. Let's roll it.
Sure.
Let's roll it right now.
Right now? Alright, inside of roll 20, since I still have it open.
I'm here.
God help me.
You guys hanging in Barbarian?
/ roll 1d12.
Give me a 1. Oh,
Hey!
okay, 57.
So he'd go up to 70 plus 14, so 84.
Okay.
Right, it's still fine. Like, but right now at 63, he'd be picking up another like 25 to 33% health in one level.
It is. I'll have
At
to
first-
kill you. I won't have to kill you. I'll just have to disable you.
Yeah. And for someone who takes half damage most of the time, that would be huge. The reason I want to pick up Sentinel is because, like, tonight, there were so many times when, like, I didn't really get to use my reaction a whole lot. And there were a few times when, because I stick close to, like, the other people in my party, that it would have been nice to be able to just, like, swat someone and just be like, no, that attack doesn't happen. No, that's not a thing.
Oh,
no go.
right, yeah.
Especially
yeah,
with a
that's-
10-foot reach.
Yeah.
Because their 5-foot melees, it'd be like, yeah, you don't even get close enough to make the attack in the first place.
Yeah, well, could be useful. Or I could subvert it.
Oh, yeah, I
My
mean, yeah,
powers,
DMs always have like
magic.
101 ways to get around stuff.
Yeah.
I don't know.
If
I
you
don't
ever
really-
feel
I don't really-
shoehorned
I
as a
don't power game that
DM,
hard.
or you feel like you can't do something, it's like
I mean,
Probably
I
not
just
trying
do. I honestly speaking, I don't really power game. I just narratively do what I want to do. Like, if you guys are powerful enough to take it, then you're powerful enough. To
I
take
will say it did feel tonight like we barely made it. Like we were going by the skin of our teeth.
It
and
was
flying by the seat of our
not an
pants.
easy fight. I didn't
Yeah,
make
those
it
first
easy.
few fire attacks were just like absolutely brutal. I was just like, okay, this is the end. Better start re-rolling.
There were maybe like 4 or 5 times when I thought, oh, damn it, like this is, I know this is the wrong, or I think this is the wrong thing to do as Nico, but as Orin, I know this is what he would do, even if I think this is stupid. And like, it happened to pay off.
Yeah, no, that fight was not. I mean, honestly speaking, I looked at it and I was like, no, this is a deadly fight. Yeah, 100%. Okay, that's it.
Yeah, after the first round of initiative, I was like, oh, maybe this is a TPK. Fire damage? And an AoE with a saving throw? No, we may be shit out of luck. Like, damn it. like, we might actually be fucked. We might all die without really even putting up a fight. And thankfully, I had a healer and a half, and I got to use my Giant's Might and, like, wail on the things that we were fighting. I will say that picking up the next session, Orin is going to need a long rest. I can use Giant's Might 2 more times, but it's not like it's not as easy for him as raging is, narratively speaking. When he uses a Giant's Might, it is like an emotionally taxing thing for him to do. So it's like having to dig into this well of trauma for him to trigger that. Trauma and like anxiety and all of these other emotions that he needs to dig into for that. Whereas like for rage, you just gotta be fucking angry. And Oren's got 120 reasons to be angry all of the time. So yeah, that's harder for him. Even though it does mechanically, it does the same thing that raging does.
So I would say a couple of things. One, that's good to know. Two, I don't know why you gave me that as ammunition to use against your character.
Oh, because you're the DM.
I appreciate it. And number three, like I don't ever give you these. If these experiences that I give you are ever too much, feel free to be like, "Yo, Zach, you're being a little bit too surreal. Come on, back off a little bit." I'm happy to back off of some of these, but I feel like these are things that Oren would deal with. So that's one of the reasons why I put them in front of you. Like Oren is a traumatic character, like, and so I feel like there's not a part of it where it's just going to be easily escapable. At least not in the beginning. You might be able to gain command and control over it, but at the moment, you're still like a kid in the circumstances of the power that you've been beholden to. So it's kind of like, how are you going to deal with that? So either you drown in the tide or you roll with it.
Fair.
Is how I've decided it's going to be. If that's a little too much, I'm happy to back off on that.
I think it is just the right amount. I think like DM to DM, I trust you enough to give you all this information and know that you won't use it as ammunition needlessly. Like you're not gonna go out and like put a hit out on Oren specifically. I think like you might use it to build, hopefully, like an intriguing plot point where Oren is put in a specifically hard spot that he needs everyone else in TRP to pull himself out of. And if not, if Oren dies, then hopefully the other characters grow from that, which as a DM, like, I'm great. Yeah, that's a phenomenal plot point.
I mean, my whole goal is for every character to be kind of like fulfilling their objectives. So for Oren, like, yeah, I'm putting challenges there in front of you, hard ones, but they're not insurmountable. Like, it's doable.
Oh yeah, man, I got lucky with that cloud rune. I didn't think it was going to be that effective.
You saved Anvir from a one-hit kill.
I saved Anvir. Anvir saved Sid. Everything comes full circle.
Yes. Save Sid for the second.
That's gonna be our mechanic from now on. I only ever use Cloud Rune on Anvir. Anvir only ever uses his Lay on Hands on Sid, and Sid only ever heals me, and we'll be fine. It'll be good.
I wasn't worried about Sid at all. After the first time I used Lay on Hands, I was just
Sid always goes down. Sid always goes down. I feel bad for Sid. Sid's
yeah, so do I. Like we
face.
really need to focus more on our boy Sid because he's like we need to figure something out for him.
He keeps healing everybody, so like my guys have to kill him. Like I'm sorry, you can't like stop.
Yeah, we need to find a way to protect him, like erase his AC or like put a bubble around him or something. I don't know.
He was saying today that like he may try to raise his AC, but I was like, dude, the thing that almost killed us were like saving throws. Raising your AC is not going to help.
A giant shield or a giant suit of armor or just two shields. It's just.
He's just gonna artifice himself like a hamster wheel, like Hammond style.
There is an artificer that's like a Iron Man artificer.
Oh,
right?
the armorer subclass, yeah, from Tasha's Cauldron.
He could do that, or he just
Yeah.
walks around in the armor.
Yeah, he's just like untouchable, mostly.
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 See. I have to hop out of this call, and John-Luke actually has to drive me because Hannah took our car home, so it's part of the deal of getting the live stream and everything done tonight. So I actually need to hop out early.
All right, no worries.
Unfortunately.
It was a pleasure.
Oh yeah, of course,
Zach.
as always. Zach, thank you for DMing. I appreciate it. It was a phenomenal session. I had a blast, and I wish I didn't have to wait 2 weeks to play again, but here we are.
Good times, guys. I'm glad you had fun. Appreciate it. See you
Oh,
next
of
week,
course. Thank
or
you.
see you in 2 weeks.
In 2
Yep.
weeks. All right.
See you, Zach.
See you, Zach.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Bye.
All right. We still have music playing. Let me see here. There we go. We'll cut back to our regular face cam, and I'll use. Actually, you know what? We'll do this guy here. We'll do. I lied. Apparently that's not gonna work. None of the ATEM inputs are working.
Is it still streaming?
Yeah, it's still streaming. We're still live. There we are. Okay, sweet. Alright, you can see John-Luke and I both, and not from John-Luke's terrible webcam on his tablet thing that he has. Thank you all for tuning in. Thank you for sticking around, showing up. I do appreciate it. We live stream D&D only every other week. On the in-between weeks, John-Luke and I are here and by the way, we're here in the same space. I can stick my hand over into his camera. We're here from the bar, live streaming, even during the in-between weeks. We try to talk about D&D in general. If there's any new, like, test material, anything new, like, on the DM's Guild, or new adventures, source books, and stuff like that coming out, we talk about that. We talk about what's happened with our characters, anything that we've added to our backstories, things that we're looking forward to in the next sessions, things that we really enjoyed in the sessions that we just had. Things that we want to do during the downtime that we have, all of that stuff. But we try to keep it on Sundays to D&D specifically. Next week, though, is probably going to be talk show style, like this. We won't necessarily play a session. We might have a friend of ours here to talk about D&D more at length, talk about some of the characters they've played, some of the stuff that we're doing, and stuff like that. But we're going back into bar live streams on Thursday, actually, because Monday and Tuesday I will be out of town visiting a friend. I'll be visiting Jake. Some of you guys might know him. He goes by Knife Trick. And Wednesday, when I come back, I'll be doing another gaming live stream, barring any kind of limitations. I may have to do a bar live stream. We'll see. But the next bar live stream is going to be Thursday, but the next live stream is going to be tomorrow. Same time, different place. We're going to be 7 p.m. EST, same URL. But I'm going to be gaming from different state, different city, completely different locale. It's going to be probably very chaotic, very crazy, and I hope to see you guys there. Thank you for tuning in, sticking around. Thanks for all of your help and support. Hopefully we've been helpful and supportive as well, and I look forward to seeing you guys in the next live stream. Till then, good night, everybody.